Welcome, adventurers. Tonight, beneath the flickering torchlight of our grand hall, we gather to share legendary tales from distant realms, stories of magic, monsters, and mighty heroes, to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we cross into the veil of slumber, take a moment to cast a support spell, smash the like button, and join our growing adventuring party by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what realm you're watching from. Whether you're tuning in from Waterdeep, the Sword Coast, or a cozy tavern in California, share your location in the comments below. Your presence strengthens our fellowship and helps our magical community grow ever stronger. Now, the dice have been rolled, and the time for storytelling has come. Get in a comfortable position, dim the lights, and let the journey begin. Chapter 1. The Nexus of All Existence. In the vast tapestry of existence, where infinite realities spread like branches from an impossibly complex tree, there exists a single point where all paths converge. This is not merely a place, but a concept made manifest, a city that defies every law of reality while serving as the foundation upon which the multiverse itself rests. Here, at the center of everything and nothing, floats the cage, the city of doors, the impossible metropolis known throughout all planes as Sigil. Picture, if you will, a ring of impossible architecture suspended in a void that exists between all things. The city curves upward and away from itself, its streets and buildings following the inner surface of a great torus that hangs motionless above an infinitely tall spire of rock and metal. This is no ordinary city, for in Sigil, the very concept of direction becomes fluid. What appears to be the sky to one walker might be the ground to another, as gravity flows not downward but outward, pressing all inhabitants against the inner surface of the ring regardless of their orientation. The spire upon which this marvel rests stretches beyond comprehension, its base lost in mists that predate creation, and its tip dissolving into possibilities that have never been realized. Along its impossible length, doorways open onto realities that mortal minds struggle to encompass, doors that lead to realms of pure thought, to dimensions where mathematics becomes music, to planes where the fundamental forces of good and evil wage their eternal wars. But it is not the spire that draws the attention of powers and mortals alike. It is the city itself, wreathed in perpetual twilight beneath a sky that shifts between day and night at the whim of forces beyond understanding. Sigil's buildings rise in impossible spirals, their architecture borrowing from every culture that has ever existed across the plains. Babylonian ziggurats lean against Gothic cathedrals, which in turn support delicate elven spires that seem to grow rather than be built. Streets wind in patterns that would drive geometrists mad, sometimes completing circles, sometimes branching into infinities that fold back upon themselves. The air itself hums with potential, thick with the convergence of magical energies from countless realities. Here, the boundary between thought and substance grows thin, and reality bends to accommodate impossible contradictions. A street might lead both uphill and downhill simultaneously, depending on the walker's destination. A building's interior might be larger than its exterior, or smaller, or exist in a completely different dimensional space altogether. Through this maze of architectural impossibility, portals open and close like the breathing of some vast cosmic entity. These are not mere doorways but gateways to existence itself, archways that might lead to the burning seas of the elemental plane of fire, mirrors that reflect the perfect order of Mechanus, or shadows that open onto the despair of the gray waste. Each portal requires its own key, its own understanding, its own price. Some demand payment in coin or blood, others in memories or dreams, and still others in concepts that have no name in any mortal language. The keys themselves are as varied as the destinations they unlock. A particular emotion felt in a specific location might open a door to the realm of pure feeling. A mathematical equation spoken while standing on one leg could grant passage to a plane where numbers have physical form. The scent of a flower that blooms only in the light of a dying star might unlock a portal to gardens where time itself grows like fruit upon impossible trees. Within this nexus of infinite possibility dwell beings from every corner of existence. Angels walk alongside demons, their eternal enmity held in check by laws more fundamental than their nature. Mortals from prime material worlds mingle with entities of pure thought, while creatures that exist as living concepts share the same streets with beings so alien that their presence can only be perceived as a faint distortion in the air. The city's inhabitants have developed their own culture, their own language, their own understanding of what it means to exist at the center of everything. They speak in cant, a dialect that borrows words from every language that has ever been spoken, creating new meanings from the collision of infinite vocabularies. To be barmy is to be insane, but in Sigil sanity itself is a flexible concept. To be bobbed is to be cheated. But here, the nature of ownership becomes questionable when dealing with abstract concepts and impossible goods. Markets sprawl through districts where the laws of economics bow to stranger principles. Here, merchants trade in bottled laughter, crystallized music, and the last words of dying gods. Currency takes forms that would baffle prime world economists. Memories have exchange rates, dreams appreciate in value, and suffering can be literally spent. The infamous Great Bazaar stretches across multiple districts, its stalls offering everything from mundane goods to cosmic secrets, from simple tools to artifacts that could reshape reality itself. Yet for all its wonder and impossibility, Sigil remains bound by rules more absolute than the laws of any single reality. Chief among these is the peace of Sigil, a neutrality so profound that it transcends mere politics or diplomacy. Here, the blood war between demons and devils cannot touch the cobblestones. Here, the cosmic struggle between law and chaos, good and evil, must find other expressions. This is not a peace born of weakness or compromise, but one enforced by a will so absolute that even gods must bow before it. The source of this absolute authority remains one of the multiverse's greatest mysteries. She is known only as the Lady of Pain, and her very existence challenges every assumption about power, divinity, and rule. She needs no palace, for the entire city is her domain. She requires no armies, for her mere presence enforces order. She speaks no laws, for her will becomes reality without the need for words. Those who glimpse the lady describe her as a figure of terrible beauty, floating above the streets in robes that seem to be cut from the fabric of space itself. Her face, if it can be called a face, is hidden behind a crown of blades that shift and dance without ever revealing what lies beneath. Some say these blades are made of crystallized pain, others that they are fragments of broken realities. What all agree upon is that to look upon them is to understand that some powers are so fundamental to existence that they transcend all categories of mortal understanding. The lady's justice is swift, absolute, and often incomprehensible to those who witness it. Those who threaten Sigil's neutrality or challenge her authority simply vanish, transported to pocket dimensions of infinite complexity known as the Lady's Mazes. These are not prisons in any conventional sense, but rather expressions of pure impossibility, labyrinths where the very concept of escape becomes meaningless, where time flows in patterns that would drive philosophers mad, where the imprisoned become lost, not just in space but in the fundamental structure of their own existence. Yet, despite the absolute nature of her rule, the Lady of Pain maintains a strange distance from her city's day-to-day affairs. She does not govern so much as simply be, her presence serving as the foundation upon which Sigil's impossible stability rests. She has no priests, for she is not a goddess. She has no temples, for the entire city serves as her shrine. She grants no spells, bestows no blessings, and answers no prayers. She simply exists, as fundamental to Sigil as gravity is to the prime material worlds. The city's districts reflect the diversity of its inhabitants and the impossibility of its nature. The clerk's ward houses the city's bureaucrats and administrators, beings who have dedicated their existence to cataloging the impossible and filing reports on the incomprehensible. Here, the Fraternity of Order maintains vast libraries where every law from every reality is recorded, cross-referenced, and analyzed for universal principles that might bring sense to the senseless. The hive ward sprawls with the desperate and the destitute, a maze of ramshackle buildings, where beings who have lost everything in their journeys across the plains come to lose themselves entirely. Here, reality itself seems less stable, as if the concentrated despair of its inhabitants weakens the very foundations of existence. Streets change their configurations without notice. Buildings appear and disappear like mirages, and the very air shimmers with the accumulated weight of shattered dreams. The lower ward clanks and steams with the forges of the multiverse, where craftsmen from every reality come to work with materials that exist nowhere else. Here, portal rot from the essence of doorways themselves. Weapons are forged from crystallized conflicts between opposing forces. Armor is crafted from the shed scales of concepts that have outgrown their original meanings. Through all these districts and more, the city's maintenance is performed by beings as mysterious as the lady herself. The Dabas float through the streets, their humanoid forms never quite touching the ground, their communication consisting entirely of visual symbols that appear and disappear in the air around them. These rebuses, as they are called, can convey complex meanings to those who learn to read them, but the Dabas themselves remain utterly alien in their absolute dedication to their tasks, and their complete inability to speak of their mistress in anything but the most oblique terms. The Dabas repair what needs repairing, clean what needs cleaning, and maintain what needs maintaining, all without apparent direction or discussion among themselves. They appear wherever they are needed, perform their tasks with mechanical precision, and vanish again into the city's endless complexity. Some scholars theorize that they are extensions of the lady's will, living tools shaped from her own essence. Others believe they are the last remnants of Sigil's original inhabitants, transformed by eons of exposure to their ruler's power. The Dabas themselves offer no explanation, communicating only what is necessary for others to understand their work. As twilight deepens over the impossible city, though in Sigil twilight is less a time than a state of being, the portals pulse with increased activity. Travelers arrive from realms where thought becomes substance, where music takes physical form, where the very concepts of existence and non-existence dance together in patterns too complex for mortal comprehension. They bring with them the essence of their home planes, adding new threads to the tapestry of impossibility that Sigil weaves from the raw material of infinite reality. In taverns that exist in the spaces between spaces, beings share stories of their journeys across the plains. A solar describes the perfect harmonies of Mount Celestia, where every note sung in praise adds to the fundamental structure of goodness itself. A Balor speaks in hushed tones of the abyss, where chaos reigns so completely that the very concept of order becomes a foreign invasion. A Modron attempts to explain the clockwork perfection of Mechanus, where every gear turns in accordance with laws so fundamental that mathematics itself bows before their precision. Yet all of these infinite realities, these endless variations on the theme of existence, converge here in this single point of impossibility. Sigil stands as proof that even in a multiverse of infinite diversity, there must be a center, a point of stability, around which all other realities can orbit without crashing into each other in a catastrophic collision of incompatible truths. The city's very existence poses questions that philosophers across the plains have struggled with since the first mortal mind conceived of infinity. How can neutrality be maintained in a reality where fundamental forces are constantly at war? How can order coexist with chaos, good with evil, law with freedom, without one eventually overwhelming the others? The answer, embodied in the impossible architecture and absolute peace of Sigil, suggests that perhaps the greatest power is not the ability to impose one's will upon reality, but the ability to create a space where all possibilities can exist simultaneously without destroying each other. As the eternal twilight deepens and the portals pulse with the rhythm of infinite realities breathing in unison, Sigil continues its eternal function as the nexus where all things meet and none dominate. Here, at the center of everything, the impossible becomes mundane, the infinite becomes navigable, and the absolute becomes a single point around which the entire multiverse revolves. In this city of doors, every ending is also a beginning, every arrival a departure, every answer a new question. For in the heart of infinity, the only constant is change, and the only certainty is that every certainty will eventually be challenged by a new impossibility, walking through a door that opens onto a reality where certainty itself has a different meaning entirely. Chapter 2. The Lady of Pain's Eternal Vigil. True power is not measured by the ability to destroy, but by the capacity to prevent destruction while remaining untouched by the forces that would corrupt lesser beings. In the infinite expanse of the multiverse, where gods wage wars that span eternities and cosmic forces clash in battles that remake reality itself, there exists a power so absolute that it transcends even divinity. She is the Lady of Pain, and her dominion over Sigil represents the purest expression of authority, rule through presence rather than proclamation, through being rather than doing. To speak of the Lady of Pain is to confront the limitations of language itself. For how does one describe a being who exists beyond the categories that define existence? She is not a goddess, though her power dwarfs that of deities. She is not mortal, though she embodies will in its most fundamental form. She is not divine, though she commands reverence that surpasses worship. She simply is, and in that being, she becomes the fixed point around which the chaos of infinite realities can find stability. Those who have witnessed her passage through the streets of Sigil describe an encounter that burns itself into memory with the force of absolute truth. She floats above the cobblestones, never touching the ground that serves as her domain, her form wreathed in shadows that seem to drink light from the eternal twilight sky. Her robes appear to be cut from the fabric of space itself, dark material that shifts and flows with patterns that suggest vast distances compressed into the mere suggestion of clothing. But it is her crown that draws the eye and challenges the mind, a circlet of blades that rotate slowly around her hidden features, each one crafted from materials that exist beyond conventional understanding. Some say these blades are forged from crystallized agony, others that they are fragments of shattered possibilities, pieces of realities that were deemed too dangerous to exist. The blades themselves seem to phase in and out of visibility, sometimes appearing as solid metal, sometimes as geometric abstractions, sometimes as pure concepts given temporary form. Behind this crown of blades, her face remains forever hidden, a mystery that has driven scholars and sages to madness in their attempts to comprehend what lies beneath. Those who have dared to use divination magic to pierce this veil speak of experiencing pain so absolute that it transcends physical sensation and becomes a fundamental understanding of suffering itself. The few who survive such attempts are forever changed, their eyes bearing a haunted quality that speaks of truths too terrible to share. Her silence is perhaps her most unsettling characteristic. In a multiverse where power typically announces itself through grand pronouncements and cosmic declarations, the Lady of Pain speaks not at all. She issues no edicts, makes no speeches, grants no audiences. Her will is expressed through reality itself, reshaping to accommodate her desires. When she moves through her city, the very architecture seems to acknowledge her presence. Doors open without being touched, shadows deepen to provide her passage, and the eternal twilight itself shifts to frame her form in compositions of impossible beauty. This silence extends to her relationship with the concept of worship itself. Unlike the gods who draw power from the faith of their followers, the Lady of Pain actively discourages any form of veneration. Those who attempt to build shrines in her honor find their constructions mysteriously dismantled by morning. Priests who try to establish cults dedicated to her service simply vanish, transported to pocket dimensions from which no prayer or plea has ever emerged. She requires no faith because she is sustained by something far more fundamental, the sheer necessity of her existence to maintain the balance upon which all reality depends. The lady's role in Sigil transcends simple rulership. She is the living embodiment of the city's neutrality, a neutrality so profound that it becomes a force of nature. In her presence, the cosmic conflicts that rage across the planes find no purchase. The blood war between demons and devils, the eternal struggle between law and chaos, the fundamental opposition between good and evil, all of these vast cosmic forces must yield before her absolute commitment to balance. This is not the neutrality of indifference or weakness, but the neutrality of perfect equilibrium. Just as a perfectly balanced scale will not tip regardless of what opposing forces are placed upon it, the Lady of Pain maintains a state of existence that cannot be displaced by any external pressure. She does not choose sides because she has transcended the very concept of sides, existing in a state where all positions become equally valid expressions of the infinite diversity of existence. Her justice, when it manifests, operates according to principles that challenge every understanding of law and punishment. Those who threaten Sigil's neutrality or challenge her authority do not face trial or judgment in any conventional sense. Instead, they simply cease to exist within the normal framework of reality, transported instantly to pocket dimensions known as the Lady's Mazes. These mazes represent perhaps the most terrifying expression of power in the known multiverse. They are not prisons designed to contain the body, but labyrinths that trap the very essence of existence itself. Each maze is unique, crafted specifically for its intended inhabitant, shaped from their own fears, desires, and fundamental nature. The passages twist, not just through space but through possibility itself, creating paths that lead nowhere while somehow always leading deeper into the maze's heart. Time within the mazes follows no recognizable pattern. Some prisoners experience eternities of wandering in moments, while others find that seconds stretch into subjective eons. The walls themselves seem to be built from crystallized futility, surfaces that reflect not images but the impossibility of escape itself. There are no guards because none are needed. The maze becomes a living expression of its prisoners' inability to find freedom, a psychological landscape made manifest in physical form. The most disturbing aspect of the Lady's Mazes is that they appear to be expressions of perfect justice, crafted with an understanding of their inhabitants that transcends mere observation and enters the realm of absolute knowledge. Each maze confronts its prisoner with precisely the experience needed to demonstrate the futility of their original transgression. Those who sought to impose order upon chaos find themselves in labyrinths, where every attempt to create system results in greater confusion. Those who embraced chaos to destroy stability discover passages that shift in patterns too orderly to be random, too chaotic to be predictable. Yet the Lady of Pain creates these impossible punishments without apparent emotion or satisfaction. She demonstrates no anger toward those who challenge her, no pleasure in their fate, no regret for the necessity of their removal from normal reality. Her response to threats appears to be as automatic and impersonal as gravity's response to mass, not a choice made from emotion, but a fundamental force acting according to its nature. This impersonal quality extends to every aspect of her relationship with Sigil and its inhabitants. She does not govern the city in any active sense, issuing no laws, making no policies, establishing no bureaucracies. Instead, her mere presence creates the conditions within which the city can govern itself. The peace of Sigil exists not because she enforces it, but because her being makes violence seem as impossible as walking on air or breathing water. The various factions that have arisen in Sigil throughout its history have learned to work within the framework of her absolute neutrality, understanding that any attempt to gain dominance over the city will result in their leaders' swift transportation to dimensions from which no return is possible. This has created a unique form of political philosophy, where power is measured not by the ability to impose will, but by the skill to achieve goals while maintaining perfect balance with opposing forces. Her relationship with the Dabus, the mysterious floating beings who maintain the city's infrastructure, provides the only glimpse into how she might communicate when communication becomes necessary. The Dabus speak only in rebuses, visual symbols that appear and disappear in the air around them. These symbols, when they refer to the Lady, take forms that suggest concepts rather than descriptions, representations of pain that transcend sensation, authority that requires no validation, presence that needs no announcement. Some scholars theorize that the Dabbis themselves are extensions of the lady's will, created from her own essence to handle the mundane necessities of city maintenance without requiring her direct attention. Others believe they are the last remnants of Sigil's original inhabitants, transformed by eons of exposure to her power into beings capable of existing in harmony with absolute authority. The Dabbis themselves offer no explanation, their reboses becoming more abstract and incomprehensible whenever questions turn toward their relationship with their mysterious mistress. The lady's influence extends beyond Sigil itself, though in ways that challenge conventional understanding of influence and power. Portal keys throughout the multiverse sometimes bear her mark, not as a sign of ownership or blessing, but as the acknowledgement that their function depends upon the stability she provides. Planar scholars studying the fundamental forces that hold reality together have discovered mathematical equations where her existence appears as a necessary constant, suggesting that without her, the very concept of stable dimensional boundaries might cease to function. Yet perhaps the most profound mystery surrounding the Lady of Pain is the question of her origin. Unlike the gods, whose histories can be traced through the faith of mortals and the records of cosmic events, the Lady appears to have no beginning, no moment of ascension or transformation. She seems to have always existed, as fundamental to reality as the concepts of space and time themselves. Some suggest she is the living embodiment of necessity itself, not a being who chose to maintain balance, but balance given consciousness and will. This theory gains support from the observation that her power appears to operate according to principles that transcend choice or desire. She does not maintain Sigil's neutrality because she wants to, but because she must, in the same way that mathematics must be consistent, or logic must be coherent. Her authority derives not from conquest or appointment, but from the simple fact that reality requires someone to fulfill her function, and she is the someone who exists to fulfill it. As the eternal twilight deepens over the city of doors, the Lady of Pain continues her silent vigil, floating through streets that reshape themselves to accommodate her passage, past portals that pulse with the rhythm of infinite realities, among inhabitants who have learned to find freedom within the boundaries of absolute authority. Her crown of blades catches reflections from doorways that open onto realms where pain has different meanings, where power takes different forms, where authority must justify itself to those it governs. But in Sigil, none of these alternatives matter, for here stands proof that the highest form of power might be the power to make power itself unnecessary. In her eternal silence, the Lady of Pain demonstrates that true authority speaks through being rather than words, that perfect justice requires no explanation, and that absolute power, when wielded with absolute wisdom, becomes indistinguishable from absolute service to the greater good of all existence. Here, at the nexus of infinity, she maintains her vigil not as a ruler over subjects, but as the living guarantee that balance can be maintained, that neutrality can be preserved, and that even in a multiverse of infinite conflict, there can exist one place where all beings can coexist without any being dominating any other. In this achievement, the Lady of Pain transcends every category of power and becomes something unprecedented in all the annals of existence. Authority that exists solely to limit its own exercise, strength that manifests primarily as restraint, and will so absolute that it creates space for all other wills to exist in harmony. Chapter 3. The Architecture of Impossibility. Form follows function, but when the function transcends all known categories of purpose, the form that emerges challenges every assumption about what structures can be. In the realm of mundane architecture, buildings rise from foundations, walls support roofs, and spaces exist within clearly defined boundaries. But in Sigil, where the very concept of space bends to accommodate infinite possibility, architecture becomes an expression of philosophical principles made manifest in stone, metal, and materials that exist nowhere else in the multiverse. The city itself defies the most basic assumptions about urban planning and geometric possibility. Sigil takes the form of a great torus, a ring-shaped metropolis that curves away from itself in all directions, creating a cityscape where the horizon is not a distant line but a visible arc of buildings and streets that stretches overhead. To stand in any district and look upward is to see the city continuing above, inverted but perfectly stable, its inhabitants walking on surfaces that appear to be suspended in the air, yet feel as solid as any earthbound foundation. This impossible orientation exists because gravity in Sigil flows not downward toward a planetary core, but outward toward the inner surface of the ring. Every point on the city's surface experiences the same gravitational pull, creating a sense of down that points away from the hollow center and toward the streets and buildings that curve in an endless circle. Citizens walk upon the inner surface of this cosmic ring, their feet firmly planted on cobblestones, while their heads point toward the empty space at the torus's heart. The visual effect is both magnificent and disturbing to newcomers. Buildings that appear to hang upside down from their perspective are actually right side up from the perspective of their inhabitants. Streets that seem to curve impossibly overhead are simply the continuation of the same urban grid that extends beneath their feet. The result is a cityscape where everywhere is both ceiling and floor, where up and down become relative concepts, and where the traditional human understanding of orientation must be abandoned in favor of a more flexible comprehension of three-dimensional space. At the center of this impossible ring lies the spire, a structure so vast and eternal that it serves as the city's only fixed reference point. The spire rises, or perhaps falls, depending on one's perspective, through the hollow center of the torus, its surface carved with doorways, windows, and architectural features that span every style that has ever existed across the plains. From any point in Sigil, the spire dominates the view, a constant reminder of the vertical infinity that exists beyond the city's curved boundaries. The spire itself defies description through conventional architectural terms. Its base, if it can be said to have a base, disappears into mists that predate the formation of most planes of existence. Its peak, if such a thing exists, fades into possibilities that have never been fully realized. Along its length, the spire's surface shifts between materials and styles with dreamlike fluidity. Ancient stone gives way to crystalline formations, which transform into metallic structures that pulse with their own inner light, which in turn become formations of pure energy that somehow maintain solid form. Carved into the spire's surface at seemingly random intervals are doorways of every conceivable design. Some appear as simple arched openings framed in familiar stone or wood. Others take forms that challenge the eye, triangular portals that somehow contain rectangular spaces, circular doors that open onto square rooms, openings that exist in more dimensions than the mind can comfortably process. These are not mere decorations but functional portals, each one leading to a different plane of existence, a different reality within the infinite multiverse. The city's buildings reflect this same impossible flexibility in their construction and design. Sigil's architecture draws from every culture, every plane, every reality that has ever sent inhabitants to the city of doors. Babylonian ziggurats rise beside Gothic cathedrals, their ancient stone steps leading to prayer halls, where beings from across the multiverse gather to contemplate mysteries that transcend any single theological tradition. Elven spires of living crystal grow organically from courtyards, where modern workshops operate with mechanical precision, their perfect geometric forms creating a strange harmony with the flowing organic curves of Fey construction. These buildings do not simply stand beside each other in peaceful coexistence. They interpenetrate and support each other in ways that would be structurally impossible in any normal reality. A tower built in the architectural style of the Nine Hells might serve as a supporting column for a celestial palace, the two structures melding at their point of contact without any conflict between their opposing natures. Chaotic constructions that shift and change according to no discernible pattern, provide stable foundations for lawful edifices that maintain perfect geometric proportions across eons of existence. The streets themselves follow patterns that reflect the city's role as a nexus of infinite possibility. The Great Ring Road circles the city's entire circumference, a highway that theoretically allows one to walk continuously around the torus and return to one's starting point. Yet travelers who attempt this journey often report experiences that suggest the road is longer than the city's diameter should allow, passing through districts that exist in folded space, neighborhoods that occupy areas larger than their visible boundaries, markets that extend into dimensions not immediately apparent to casual observation. Smaller streets branch off from the Great Ring Road in patterns that follow multiple geometric principles simultaneously. Some follow the rigid grid patterns favored by lawful societies, their intersections forming perfect right angles, and their lengths measured in exact multiples of standardized units. Others curve and spiral according to chaotic principles, creating flowing patterns that seem random until viewed from higher perspectives, where they reveal themselves as fragments of vast, organic designs too large to be perceived from street level. The most mysterious of Sigil's thoroughfares are the portal streets, roadways that exist primarily to connect the city's countless doorways to other realities. These streets sometimes violate conventional geometry, appearing to be straight when viewed from one direction, but curved when approached from another. They change their lengths to accommodate the distances between portals, stretching or contracting as needed, to ensure that every doorway remains accessible from the city's main transportation network. Building interiors in Sigil demonstrate the same flexible relationship with space that characterizes the city's external architecture. Rooms regularly contain more space than their external dimensions should allow, accomplished through methods that range from simple extra-dimensional pockets to complex folding of space-time itself. A modest tavern might contain a common room large enough to host gatherings of hundreds, private chambers that exist in their own isolated pocket dimensions, and storage areas that extend into parallel realities where the tavern's supplies are kept in perfect preservation. The city's various districts each reflect different approaches to the challenge of organizing infinite possibility within finite space. The Clerk's Ward demonstrates how lawful principles can be applied to impossible architecture, its buildings arranged in perfect geometric harmony, despite being constructed in styles that originated in mutually incompatible realities. Here, every structure serves a precise function within the greater pattern. Every room is designed according to mathematical principles that ensure optimal efficiency, and every architectural element contributes to a grand design that encompasses the entire district. In contrast, the Hive Ward embraces chaotic principles of construction, its buildings growing organically according to the needs and whims of their inhabitants. Structures lean against each other for support, creating accidental bridges and unexpected connections between previously separate buildings. Rooms are added where space permits, often without regard for external symmetry or internal logic. The result is a district that feels alive, constantly changing as its inhabitants modify their surroundings to meet evolving needs. The Lower Ward represents a fusion of form and function, where the city's industrial needs shape architectural reality. Here, forges burn with fires drawn from the elemental plane of fire, their chimneys venting not into Sigil sky, but directly into the plane of air, where the smoke can dissipate without affecting the city's atmosphere. Workshops extend into pocket dimensions, where dangerous experiments can be conducted without risk to the surrounding community. Storage facilities stretch into parallel spaces, where the products of multiplanar industry can be organized according to principles that transcend conventional inventory management. Perhaps the most remarkable aspect of Sigil's architecture is how it accommodates inhabitants whose very existence challenges normal spatial concepts. Beings of pure energy are provided with structures made from crystallized force fields. Creatures that exist in multiple dimensions simultaneously can access buildings that extend through parallel realities. Entities whose presence distorts local space-time are housed in facilities designed to contain and channel these distortions constructively. The city's infrastructure reflects the same impossible functionality that characterizes its buildings. Water flows through pipes that draw from the elemental plane of water, ensuring an endless supply of pure liquid, despite the city's isolation from any natural water sources. Waste is disposed of through systems that transport refuse to planes where it can be safely processed or recycled into useful materials. Communication networks utilize telepathic relay stations that allow instant contact between any 2 points in the city, regardless of the dimensional barriers that might normally interfere with such connections. Lighting throughout Sigil comes from sources as varied as the city's inhabitants. Some districts are illuminated by captured starlight from the prime material plane, others by the pure radiance emanating from celestial beings who have made the city their home. The eternal twilight that characterizes Sigil's overall atmosphere results from the complex interaction of these various light sources, creating an ambiance that is neither day nor night, but something entirely unique to the City of Doors. The materials used in Sigil's construction defy easy categorization. Some buildings are constructed from stones that exist simultaneously in multiple realities, giving them a stability that transcends any single plane's physical laws. Others incorporate metals forged from crystallized concepts, creating structures that are as much philosophical statements as architectural achievements. Still others are built from materials that don't exist in any conventional sense, but are made manifest through the collective will of their inhabitants. The city's portal network integrates seamlessly with its architectural framework. Doorways to other planes are not simply openings in walls, but integral parts of the city's structural design. Some portals serve as load-bearing elements, their connection to other realities providing support for the buildings they inhabit. Others function as ventilation systems, drawing air from planes with optimal atmospheric conditions and circulating it throughout the city. Still others serve as sources of raw materials, allowing builders to reach directly into other realities to obtain whatever substances their projects require. As one moves through Sigil's impossible geography, the architecture itself tells the story of a city that exists beyond the normal constraints of reality. Every building, every street, every structural element represents a successful solution to the challenge of creating stable, functional space within the context of infinite possibility. The city stands as proof that when necessity drives innovation beyond all conventional limits, the resulting creations can transcend every category of the possible and achieve a beauty that exists nowhere else in the multiverse. In Sigil, architecture becomes philosophy made manifest, structure becomes metaphor given form, and building becomes an act of creation that rivals the work of gods. Here, in the City of Doors, every space is both finite and infinite, every structure is both solid and transcendent, and every architectural achievement represents humanity's eternal quest to create order within chaos, meaning within mystery, and home within the infinite vastness of existence itself. Chapter 4: Portals and the Great Wheel. Connection is the fundamental force that prevents isolation from becoming annihilation, yet in a multiverse of infinite realities, the very concept of connection challenges every understanding of distance, boundary, and possibility. What binds disparate realms together when those realms exist according to incompatible laws of physics, contradictory moral principles, and mutually exclusive definitions of reality itself? The answer lies in the greatest network ever conceived, a web of doorways so vast and intricate that it transforms the theoretical concept of infinity into a navigable reality, making Sigil not merely a city among cities, but the living heart through which the lifeblood of all existence flows. The portal network that emanates from Sigil represents the ultimate expression of connectivity, a system so sophisticated that it transcends engineering and enters the realm of cosmic architecture. These are not simple doorways that connect one location to another, but fundamental alterations in the fabric of reality itself, creating stable bridges between realms that should, by all logical principles, remain forever separate. Each portal serves as a philosophical statement about the nature of existence, proof that even the most absolute boundaries can be transcended when the need for connection becomes sufficiently profound. To understand the portals of Sigil, one must first comprehend the vast cosmological structure they serve to unite. The multiverse exists as what planar scholars call the Great Wheel, a cosmic arrangement where realities are organized according to fundamental philosophical and metaphysical principles. At the center lies the material plane, the realm of matter and energy, where most mortal life exists in forms recognizable to human understanding. This central hub serves as the foundation from which all other realities branch, the baseline of existence against which all other planes define their unique characteristics. Surrounding the material plane are the inner planes, realms where the fundamental forces and substances of creation exist in their purest forms. The elemental plane of fire burns with flames that are not mere combustion, but the very concept of burning given infinite expression. The elemental plane of water contains oceans so vast that entire civilizations of aquatic beings have never encountered their boundaries. The elemental plane of earth extends through solid matter, compressed to densities that would collapse into neutron stars in normal reality, while the elemental plane of air consists of atmospheric pressures and wind patterns that exist as pure motion without requiring any solid foundation. Between these elemental extremes lie the para-elemental and quasi-elemental planes, realms where the fundamental forces blend and interact to create hybrid realities. The plane of ice represents water and air joined in crystalline harmony, while the plane of magma embodies the violent marriage of earth and fire. The plane of steam demonstrates how water and fire can coexist in constant transformation, while the plane of ooze shows earth and water merged into substances that flow like liquid, while maintaining the consistency of solid matter. Beyond the inner planes stretch the outer planes, realities organized not around physical principles, but around moral and philosophical concepts. Here, the fundamental forces of good and evil, law and chaos, find their ultimate expression in realms that exist as pure manifestations of ideological principle. Mount Celestia rises through 7 heavens of increasing moral perfection, each level representing a more refined understanding of what goodness means when given unlimited expression. The 9 hells descend through layers of lawful evil so perfectly organized that corruption itself becomes a science practiced with mathematical precision. The abyss spreads its chaotic evil across infinite layers, each one representing a different interpretation of how malevolence can manifest when freed from all restraint. Limbo churns with pure chaos, where the very concept of consistency becomes meaningless and reality shifts according to the thoughts and whims of its inhabitants. Mechanus ticks with clockwork precision, a realm where law has achieved such perfect expression that every action follows predictable patterns calculated across eternity. Between these extremes of moral alignment lie planes that represent the complex interactions between competing principles. Bitopia embodies neutral good through pastoral landscapes where hard work and honest living create sustainable prosperity. Gehenna demonstrates neutral evil through volcanic slopes where betrayal and suffering are refined into artistic expressions of cruelty. The gray waste of Hades stretches through 3 layers of neutral evil where despair itself becomes a landscape, draining hope from all who venture within its boundaries. Each of these planes exists according to its own internal logic, its own physical laws, its own understanding of what reality should be. The laws of physics that govern fire elementals would be fatal to water-based life forms. The moral principles that create harmony in Mount Celestia would be perceived as weakness in the 9 hells. The chaotic creativity that drives innovation in Limbo would be seen as dangerous instability in Mechanus. Under normal circumstances, these incompatible realities would remain forever isolated from each other, unable to interact without mutual destruction. But the portals of Sigil make the impossible not only possible but routine. These dimensional doorways serve as translational barriers, converting the fundamental nature of travelers as they pass between incompatible realities. A being of pure law stepping through a portal to Limbo doesn't impose order upon chaos, but temporarily becomes capable of existing within chaotic reality. without being destroyed by the contradiction. Similarly, a creature of elemental fire can visit the plane of water, not by extinguishing its flame, but by becoming temporarily compatible with aquatic existence, while retaining its essential fiery nature. The keys that activate these portals represent one of the most sophisticated magical sciences ever developed. Unlike simple mechanical keys that operate through physical interaction, portal keys function through symbolic resonance, conceptual alignment, and sometimes pure emotional states. Each portal requires its own specific key, and these keys range from the mundane to the metaphysically abstract in ways that challenge every conventional understanding of how activation mechanisms should work. Some portal keys take physical forms that seem almost disappointingly ordinary until their true nature becomes apparent. A simple iron key might open a doorway to Mechanus, but only when held by someone who truly understands the beauty of perfect mechanical precision. A flower picked from a specific garden might activate a portal to the Beastlands, but only if the picker feels genuine love for wild, untamed nature. A coin minted in a particular city might open passage to Bitopia, but only when offered freely as a gift rather than payment. Other portal keys exist as pure concepts or emotional states, requiring travelers to achieve specific mental conditions before the doorways will acknowledge their presence. A portal to Mount Celestia might require the traveler to experience perfect clarity about their moral purpose, while a gateway to the abyss might demand that the user confront their capacity for cruelty without flinching. Some portals respond only to particular combinations of knowledge, requiring the keyholder to understand specific philosophical principles or historical facts that resonate with the destination plane's fundamental nature. The most challenging portals require keys that exist as temporary conditions or fleeting opportunities. A doorway to the plane of time might open only during the precise moment when a specific historical event is being remembered by someone who lived through it. A portal to the demi-plane of dreams might activate only when the keyholder is experiencing a particular type of nightmare or achieving a specific kind of lucid dreaming state. Some gateways respond to astronomical conditions, opening only when certain stars align in ways that occur once per century or millennium. The portal network's sophistication extends far beyond simple point-to-point transportation. Many portals function as selective filters, allowing some types of beings or objects to pass while blocking others. A gateway leading from Sigil to Mount Celestia might permit entry to any creature with genuinely good intentions, while becoming impassable to those harboring evil thoughts. Conversely, a portal to the Nine Hells might welcome those seeking power through corruption, while remaining closed to beings motivated by altruistic purposes. Some portals demonstrate temporal flexibility, creating connections not just between different locations, but between different times. A doorway might lead to the same plane, but at a different point in its history, allowing travelers to visit ancient epochs or potential futures. These temporal portals require keys that exist across multiple time periods simultaneously, often taking the forms of artifacts that have witnessed significant historical events, or prophecies that connect past predictions to future fulfillments. The physical manifestations of Sigil's portals vary as dramatically as their destinations and keys. Some appear as traditional doorways set into walls, or standing freely in open spaces, their frames constructed from materials that hint at their destinations: celestial gold for pathways to upper planes, infernal iron for gateways to lower realms, crystallized chaos for doors leading to limbo. Others take forms that challenge conventional concepts of entrances and exits. Mirror portals reflect not the viewer's image but glimpses of their destination, requiring travelers to step through the looking glass in acts of faith that their reflections will become reality. Pool portals appear as bodies of water that, instead of drowning those who dive into them, transport swimmers to aquatic realms or planes where liquid serves as the primary medium of existence. Flame portals burn with fires that consume not flesh, but the barriers between realities, allowing travelers to walk through destructive forces that somehow leave them unharmed, while translating their existence between incompatible realms. Some of the most mysterious portals exist as purely conceptual gateways, visible only to those who achieve specific states of consciousness or understanding. These philosophical doors open not through physical interaction but through mental alignment, requiring travelers to truly comprehend the nature of their intended destination before the pathway becomes accessible. A portal to the realm of perfect mathematical truth might appear only to those who achieve complete understanding of a particular theorem, while a gateway to the plane of pure artistic expression might manifest only for those experiencing genuine creative inspiration. The Portal Network's organization follows patterns that reflect both practical necessity and cosmic symbolism. High traffic routes between commonly visited planes are served by multiple portals, with relatively simple keys, ensuring that routine travel can proceed without excessive difficulty. Pathways to dangerous or restricted realms require complex keys and may be hidden in obscure locations, preventing casual travelers from accidentally accessing realities that could destroy them. The most significant portals occupy positions of honor within Sigil's architecture, often serving as centerpieces for major districts or important buildings. The Great Portal to the Outlands stands in the center of the city's most prominent plaza, its massive archway constructed from stones drawn from every plane of the Great Wheel. This gateway serves as the primary route to the neutral realm that surrounds Sigil's home plane, providing access to a reality where representatives from all other planes can meet on truly neutral ground. Lesser but still important portals are integrated into the city's infrastructure in ways that make them accessible while maintaining security. Embassy buildings house gateways to their respective home planes, allowing diplomatic personnel to maintain direct communication with their governments while establishing their authority through architectural connection to their realms of origin. Trade centers incorporate portals that facilitate commerce between incompatible economies, allowing merchants to offer goods that literally could not exist in the same reality, but can be exchanged through carefully managed interdimensional transactions. The maintenance of this vast portal network requires constant attention from specialists who understand both the magical principles governing dimensional travel and the philosophical concepts that determine portal behavior. Portal rights work continuously to repair gateways damaged by the stress of translating between incompatible realities, while keykeepers maintain the complex systems that determine which portals remain accessible to which travelers under what circumstances. The economic implications of Sigil's portal network extend far beyond simple transportation costs. The ability to access resources from across the multiverse has created industries that could exist nowhere else, markets that deal in goods and services that span multiple realities, and forms of wealth that transcend conventional understanding of value and exchange. Merchants trade in bottled emotions extracted from the plane of pure feeling, crystallized music from realms where sound has physical form, and mathematical proofs so elegant that they function as luxury goods in dimensions where beauty and truth are synonymous. As the eternal twilight deepens over the city of doors, the portal network pulses with the rhythm of infinite connectivity, each gateway breathing with the expansion and contraction of realities, seeking connection across the vast distances that separate incompatible forms of existence. Through these doorways flows not just traffic and trade, but the very essence of what makes communication possible between realms that should, by every logical principle, remain forever isolated in their own perfect expression of how reality ought to function. Here, in this nexus of infinite possibility, the portal network stands as proof that separation is not the natural state of existence, but an artificial barrier that can be overcome through sufficient understanding, appropriate preparation, and the fundamental recognition that diversity of expression does not require isolation of experience. In connecting all realities through this vast web of doorways, Sigil fulfills its ultimate purpose, demonstrating that even in a multiverse of infinite differences, everything remains connected to everything else through pathways that exist not despite those differences, but because of them. Chapter 5. The Factions War. Ideas, when given sufficient passion and organization, become more dangerous than armies. more destructive than natural disasters, and more transformative than the rise and fall of empires. In the history of Sigil, no period demonstrates this truth more completely than the era known as the Factions' War, when 15 different philosophies about the fundamental nature of existence transformed from academic debates into literal battles for the soul of reality itself. Yes, here, in the City of Doors, ideology became weapon, belief became battlefield, and the very concept of neutrality faced its greatest test as competing visions of truth sought to impose their understanding upon the infinite complexity of the multiverse. The factions that would eventually tear Sigil apart began as natural expressions of the city's role as a nexus, where beings from every conceivable reality came to encounter ideas that challenged their most basic assumptions about existence. When creatures from realms of perfect law met beings from planes of pure chaos, when entities dedicated to absolute good encountered those committed to ultimate evil, the inevitable result was philosophical friction that generated new ways of understanding how reality functioned and what purposes it might serve. Initially, these philosophical schools served a constructive purpose, providing frameworks that helped Sigil's diverse inhabitants navigate the complex challenges of coexistence in a city where every fundamental principle faced constant contradiction. The Harmonium offered a vision of universal peace through imposed order, arguing that conflict arose only from the failure to establish proper systems of law and governance. The Revolutionary League countered with the belief that all authority was inherently corrupt, advocating for the destruction of existing power structures to make room for authentic freedom to emerge. The Fraternity of Order, known as the Governors, approached reality as a vast machine governed by discoverable laws, seeking to understand the mathematical principles that determined how everything from magic to morality operated according to predictable patterns. The Sowasatics embraced pure chaos as the only honest response to a reality too complex for rational comprehension, celebrating randomness as the source of all creativity and growth. The believers of the Source proclaimed that all beings were evolving toward eventual godhood, viewing existence as a spiritual journey where every experience contributed to ultimate transcendence. The Godsmen, as they were known, saw suffering and joy, success and failure, as equally valuable lessons in the curriculum of cosmic education. The Uther took the opposite position, arguing that the beings worshipped as gods were merely powerful impostors who distracted mortals from recognizing the true divine force that lay beyond all names and forms. The Mercy Killers pursued perfect justice through absolute adherence to law, believing that mercy was actually cruelty in disguise, because it prevented the natural consequences that taught beings to choose correctly. The Sons of Mercy opposed them with the conviction that compassion represented the highest expression of wisdom, arguing that understanding and forgiveness created better outcomes than punishment and retribution. The Dustmen viewed existence as a vast mistake, a cosmic accident that could be corrected only through the gradual elimination of all passion, desire, and attachment that bound beings to the illusory wheel of life and death. They sought the true death that would release all consciousness from the prison of existence itself. The Sensates celebrated the opposite extreme, believing that experience itself was the only reliable source of knowledge, and that the purpose of existence was to feel, taste, touch, see, and hear everything that reality had to offer. The Sign of One proclaimed that each individual consciousness was the center of their own universe, that reality existed only as a projection of personal will, and that understanding this truth was the key to achieving unlimited power over one's environment. The Bleak Cabal had concluded that existence had no inherent meaning or purpose, that all attempts to find cosmic significance were self-deception, but that this absence of predetermined meaning created space for beings to create their own purposes through authentic choice. The Doomguard served as entropy's willing agents, believing that all things moved inevitably toward dissolution, and that the wise course was to accept and accelerate this natural process, rather than futilely resisting it. They saw destruction as purification, decay as honesty, and endings as the only reliable truth in a reality built from temporary arrangements of matter and energy. The transcendent order sought to move beyond rational thought entirely, pursuing a state of consciousness where action flowed directly from understanding without the interference of analytical thinking. They practiced forms of meditation and discipline designed to achieve perfect harmony between intention and effect, believing that enlightenment meant becoming one with the natural flow of events rather than trying to control them. Finally, the Free League rejected the very concept of organized philosophy, arguing that any systematic approach to understanding reality was inherently limiting, and that true freedom required the rejection of all creeds, factions, and ideological commitments in favor of individual exploration and personal discovery. For centuries, these 15 factions coexisted in Sigil through a delicate balance maintained by the Lady of Pain's absolute commitment to neutrality. Each faction established its own headquarters, recruited its own members, and pursued its own understanding of truth without directly threatening the other's right to exist. The factions provided services to the city's inhabitants, from the Harmonium's peacekeeping efforts to the Fraternity of Order's legal expertise, from the Sensate's entertainment offerings to the Mercy Killer's justice system. But philosophical differences that appear manageable in academic debate become exponentially more dangerous when combined with political power, economic influence, and the passionate commitment of true believers. As the factions grew in size and influence, their competing visions of how reality should function began to generate conflicts that could not be resolved through discussion or compromise. The Harmonium's efforts to impose universal order inevitably clashed with the Revolutionary League's commitment to destroying all authority. The Mercy Killer's pursuit of absolute justice conflicted with the Sons of Mercy's belief in universal compassion. The Aether's rejection of false gods threatened the believers of the Source's conviction that godhood represented the ultimate goal of existence. Each faction's attempt to implement its vision of truth required actions that other factions perceived as attacks on their fundamental principles. The transformation from philosophical disagreement to open warfare began gradually, through seemingly minor incidents that accumulated into major conflicts. Harmonium patrols arresting Revolutionary League members for disturbing the peace through anti-authoritarian speeches. Mercy Killer courts sentencing criminals to punishments that Sons of Mercy advocates considered cruel and counterproductive. Afar, missionaries disrupting Godsmen ceremonies dedicated to spiritual advancement. Sauacetect pranks interfering with Fraternity of Order research projects that required precise conditions and careful methodology. Each incident created precedents that justified escalation. Factions began recruiting more aggressively, seeking to build the membership necessary to defend their interests and advance their agendas. They established alliances with like-minded groups while organizing opposition to philosophies they considered dangerous or deluded. The Free League found itself caught between rejecting all organized activity while needing to organize resistance to the other factions' organizational efforts. The economic dimension of factional conflict proved particularly destabilizing. Each faction's approach to reality suggested different methods of conducting business, different definitions of fair exchange, different understandings of ownership and obligation. The Harmonium favored regulated markets with clearly defined rules and standardized procedures. The Revolutionary League promoted underground economies that operated outside official oversight. The believers of the Source saw commercial activity as spiritual practice that should elevate all participants. The Dustmen viewed material exchange as attachment to illusion that perpetuated suffering. These incompatible economic philosophies created practical problems that could not be ignored. When Harmonium regulations conflicted with Revolutionary League black market activities, when Mercy Killer enforcement clashed with Sons of Mercy charitable distribution, when Sensat luxury goods offended Dustmen ascetic principles, the result was not merely disagreement, but actual interference with the daily operations that kept the city functioning. The intellectual dimension of the conflict proved equally corrosive to civil peace. Each faction developed sophisticated arguments, demonstrating why their philosophy represented the only rational response to reality, and why competing approaches were not merely wrong, but actively harmful to anyone who embraced them. Fraternity of Order scholars produced mathematical proofs that chaos led inevitably to destruction. Taoist philosophers created artistic demonstrations that excessive order stifled all creativity and growth. The factions' war proper began not with a single declaration, but with a cascade of escalating confrontations that reached a tipping point where peaceful coexistence became impossible. The immediate trigger involved a dispute over the management of Sigil's portal network, with different factions arguing that their philosophical approach should determine which travelers received access to which destinations under what circumstances. The Harmonium proposed a systematic licensing scheme that would ensure orderly, safe travel while preventing dangerous individuals from accessing realms where they might cause harm. The Revolutionary League organized protests against any form of travel restriction, arguing that freedom of movement was fundamental to authentic existence. The Mercy Killers demanded that portal access be tied to legal standing, preventing criminals from escaping justice by fleeing to other planes. The Sons of Mercy insisted that no being should be denied the opportunity for redemption through access to realms that might facilitate spiritual growth. As these competing visions of proper portal management collided, each faction began taking unilateral action to implement its preferred approach. Harmonium guards started requiring documentation from portal users. Revolutionary League operatives began vandalizing checkpoint stations. Mercy Killer investigators started tracking the movements of suspected criminals across planar boundaries. Sons of Mercy advocates began providing assistance to refugees regardless of their legal status. The Lady of Pain's response to this escalating crisis initially followed her traditional pattern of silent neutrality, allowing the factions to pursue their conflicts without direct intervention, as long as they maintained the overall balance that preserved Sigil's function as a neutral meeting ground. But as the philosophical warfare intensified, it became clear that the factions were no longer content to coexist with competing viewpoints. Each sought to achieve sufficient dominance to impose its vision of truth upon the entire city. The war that followed challenged every assumption about how ideological conflict should be conducted. This was not a struggle between armies seeking to control territory, but a battle between incompatible understandings of reality itself, seeking to determine which version of truth would prevail. Combat took forms that ranged from traditional violence to conceptual attacks that targeted the fundamental beliefs that held enemy factions together. Harmonium forces attempted to impose order through systematic occupation of key districts, establishing checkpoints and patrol routes designed to bring all activity under centralized control. Revolutionary League cells responded with guerrilla tactics that emphasized unpredictability and decentralized resistance, making any attempt at systematic control prohibitively expensive in resources and personnel. Mercy Killer strike teams pursued faction leaders they had identified as criminals, while Sons of Mercy medical units provided aid to all casualties, regardless of factional affiliation. The Fraternity of Order approached the conflict as a vast problem requiring systematic analysis and logical solution, deploying legal expertise and bureaucratic procedures designed to establish frameworks for resolving disputes through rational discourse. The Exaucitecs treated the war as an opportunity for creative expression, staging actions that were simultaneously artistic performances and military operations, confusing all attempts to predict or counter their activities. The believers of the Source saw the conflict as a spiritual test that would ultimately elevate all participants to higher levels of understanding, while the Athar worked to expose how factional leadership had assumed godlike authority over their followers' beliefs. The Dustmen participated with the detached efficiency of beings who viewed the entire struggle as confirmation that passionate attachment led inevitably to suffering, while the Sensates documented every aspect of the experience as a unique opportunity to understand how ideological warfare felt from all possible perspectives. The Sign of One members fought primarily through attempts to reshape reality according to their individual wills, creating localized zones where their personal vision of how things should work temporarily overrode consensus reality. The bleak cabal participated with the grim humor of beings who found confirmation of meaninglessness in watching others destroy themselves over competing claims about cosmic purpose. The Doomguard facilitated the conflict's destructive aspects while working to ensure that whatever emerged from the chaos would be simpler and more honest than what existed before. The Transcendent Order sought to end the war by demonstrating alternatives to conflict through perfect action that flowed from understanding rather than ideology, while the Free League struggled with the paradox of organizing resistance to organization, while maintaining their commitment to individual freedom over factional loyalty. As the war escalated, its effects began threatening Sigil's fundamental function as a neutral nexus, where all beings could coexist despite their differences. Portal traffic decreased as travelers avoided a city torn by philosophical warfare. Trade relationships collapsed as factional conflict made reliable commercial agreements impossible. The delicate balance that allowed incompatible realities to meet peacefully began dissolving under the pressure of competing attempts to impose single visions of truth upon infinite diversity. The Lady of Pain's intervention, when it finally came, was swift, absolute, and transformative. In a single day that became known as Unity of Rings, every faction leader in Sigil simply vanished, transported to individual mazes crafted specifically for their philosophical crimes. The factions themselves were not destroyed, but were banished from the city, their headquarters sealed, their official presence in Sigil terminated permanently. The lady's message was clear without requiring words. Sigil would remain neutral, and any organization that threatened that neutrality would be removed regardless of the nobility of its intentions or the sophistication of its philosophy. The city belonged to no faction, served no ideology, and would not be transformed into the image of any single vision of how reality should function. In the aftermath of the factions' war, Sigil rebuilt itself around new principles that maintained philosophical diversity while preventing any single viewpoint from achieving the organizational power necessary to threaten the city's essential neutrality. The war stood as proof that even the most elevated ideas, when armed with passionate conviction and political power, could become forces of destruction that threatened the very diversity they claimed to celebrate. The legacy of the factions' war reminds all who dwell in the City of Doors that the price of maintaining a place where all viewpoints can coexist is eternal vigilance against the tendency of any viewpoint to believe that it alone possesses truth sufficient to justify silencing all others. In this hard-won wisdom, Sigil continues its eternal function as the one place in the multiverse where diversity of thought remains possible precisely because no single thought is permitted to achieve dominance over any other. Chapter 6. Belief made manifest. Reality is not a fixed foundation upon which consciousness builds its structures of understanding, but rather a collaborative creation shaped by the collective weight of conviction itself. In most realms, this truth remains hidden beneath layers of apparent physical law and material consistency, allowing beings to imagine that their thoughts merely observe a universe that exists independently of their perception. But in the planes surrounding Sigil, where the fundamental forces of existence operate according to principles that transcend material limitation, belief reveals its true nature as the most powerful force in creation, capable of reshaping the very foundations of what is possible and redefining the boundaries between imagination and reality. The principle of belief made manifest operates most dramatically in the outer planes, those realms where moral and philosophical concepts achieve independent existence as landscapes, atmospheres, and entire ecosystems of living idea. Here, the accumulated faith, conviction, and passionate certainty of countless beings across countless realities converge to create environments where abstract principles become as solid as stone, as breathable as air, as navigable as any material terrain. Consider Mount Celestia, where the collective belief in ultimate goodness has created 7 ascending heavens, each one representing a more refined understanding of what benevolence means, when freed from all constraints of practical limitation. The lowest level, Lunia, shines with silver radiance that emanates not from any external light source, but from the accumulated conviction of infinite beings who believe that goodness should be visible, that virtue should illuminate, that righteousness should shine with its own inner fire. Here, the landscape itself responds to moral intention. Paths become easier to walk for those whose purposes align with compassionate goals, while becoming treacherous for travelers harboring selfish or cruel motivations. Water tastes sweeter to those who thirst for justice, while food provides greater nourishment to beings whose hunger stems from their desire to serve others rather than themselves. The very air carries whispers of encouragement to those struggling to maintain hope in the face of despair, while remaining silent to those who have abandoned empathy for expedience. As one ascends through Celestia's higher levels, the power of collective belief becomes even more apparent. Mercuria's golden slopes rise and fall according to the accumulated faith that courage and sacrifice create lasting beauty. Venya's pearl surfaces reflect not physical images, but the true moral character of those who gaze upon them, showing beings what they could become if they fully embraced their highest potential. Solania's crystalline structures sing with harmonies that emerge from the shared conviction that all existence participates in a vast symphony of purpose and meaning. The transformation reaches its pinnacle in Cronia's, the seventh heaven, where belief in ultimate good has become so pure and concentrated that the realm exists as living enlightenment itself. Here, the very concept of separation between believer and belief dissolves, creating a reality where goodness doesn't merely exist, but becomes the only possible mode of existence, where every breath draws in compassion, and every heartbeat pulses with universal love. Yet the power of belief operates with equal force in realms dedicated to opposing principles. The 9 hells demonstrate how collective conviction about the nature of evil can create landscapes of such perfect corruption that suffering itself becomes an art form practiced with scientific precision. Avernus, the first layer, burns with flames fueled not by combustible material, but by the accumulated hatred and cruelty of beings who believe that power justifies any action, that might makes right, that the strong deserve to dominate the weak, without restraint or mercy. The deeper one descends through the hells, the more sophisticated the manifestations of evil belief become. This presents cityscapes of iron and shadow, where every architectural detail reflects the conviction that order can be used as a weapon to inflict suffering more efficiently than chaos ever could. Manoros drowns in bogs of greed made manifest, where the landscape itself embodies the belief that accumulation of wealth and power represents the only meaningful measure of success. In Phlegethos, the flames that dance across every surface burn with the passionate intensity of beings who believe that corruption of innocence represents the highest possible achievement. Stygia's frozen wastes reflect the conviction that betrayal and treachery create stronger foundations for power than loyalty or trust. Malbolge's avalanching slopes reshape themselves according to the belief that authority should be constantly challenged through violence and revolution, while Molodomini's ruined cities stand as monuments to the faith that destruction of beauty and hope brings greater satisfaction than their creation or preservation. The deepest hell, Nessus, presents reality reshaped by belief in evil so pure and absolute that it transcends all human categories of cruelty and becomes something approaching cosmic principle. Here, the very air carries the weight of accumulated conviction that suffering is not merely inevitable but desirable, that pain represents the truest expression of existence, that the universe itself functions best when operating according to principles of calculated malevolence. The chaotic planes demonstrate how belief in randomness and freedom can create realities that change according to no predictable pattern, yet somehow remain stable enough to support entire civilizations. Limbo churns with raw possibility, guided by the collective faith that creativity requires the absence of predetermined structure, that genuine freedom demands the ability to reshape reality through pure will and imagination. Here, visitors find that their own beliefs become temporary laws of physics. A being convinced that they should be able to fly discovers that the local reality accommodates this conviction by making flight possible through methods that work only as long as the belief remains strong. Someone certain that fire should burn cold and ice should provide warmth finds these expectations fulfilled in their immediate vicinity, creating microclimates of personalized physics that exist as long as conviction maintains them. The abyss presents perhaps the most terrifying example of belief made manifest, as its infinite layers demonstrate what happens when the collective conviction that chaos and evil should have unlimited expression creates realities where nightmare becomes law. Each layer represents a different interpretation of how malevolence can manifest when freed from all constraint, with landscapes that shift according to the fevered imaginings of demons whose very existence embodies the belief that suffering and destruction represent the purest forms of creative expression. Yet belief shapes reality, not only through these grand cosmic expressions, but through countless smaller manifestations that affect daily existence throughout the planes. In Sigil itself, where beings from every reality converge, the power of collective belief creates a unique environment where multiple contradictory truth systems coexist by virtue of the shared conviction that such coexistence should be possible. The city's very architecture reflects this principle. Buildings constructed by creators who believe that structures should grow organically take root and flourish according to botanical principles, while edifices designed by beings convinced that perfect geometric harmony represents the highest architectural achievement, maintain mathematical precision that defies all structural limitations. Both approaches work because the accumulated belief of their respective communities provides the metaphysical foundation that makes their preferred building methods effective. The portal network itself operates through belief made manifest. Each key functions not through mechanical interaction, but through symbolic resonance with the belief systems that govern the portal's destination. A key that opens a gateway to Mount Celestia works because it embodies symbols and concepts that resonate with the accumulated faith that creates that realm's reality. The key doesn't open the portal through physical manipulation, but through philosophical alignment with the belief structures that maintain the destination plane's existence. This principle extends to the nature of magic itself throughout the multiverse. Spells function not because they manipulate objective physical forces, but because they align with belief systems about how reality should respond to properly channeled will and intention. Divine magic works because gods exist as focuses for collective belief, serving as conduits through which the faith of worshippers can reshape reality according to theological principles. Arcane magic operates through the accumulated conviction of wizards and scholars that reality follows discoverable laws that can be understood and manipulated through study and preparation. The economic systems that operate throughout the planes reflect this same principle. Currency has value not because of intrinsic worth, but because communities believe it should facilitate exchange. In realms where beings are convinced that sharing represents the highest virtue, wealth circulates freely, and poverty becomes impossible. In planes where inhabitants believe that accumulation demonstrates superiority, scarcity becomes artificially maintained even in the midst of abundance. The power of belief to reshape reality creates profound responsibilities for those who understand its operation. Scholars and philosophers throughout the planes grapple with questions about the ethics of belief, wondering whether it's moral to convince others to adopt faith systems that will improve their material circumstances, but might not represent ultimate truth. Teachers debate whether education should focus on discovering objective reality, or on developing belief systems that create better outcomes for their students. The most sophisticated practitioners of belief magic understand that the principle operates through collective, rather than individual conviction. A single being's faith, no matter how intense, can create only limited changes in local reality, but when communities, societies, or entire species share common beliefs, their combined conviction can literally reshape the fundamental laws that govern their environment. This understanding has led to the development of what planner scholars call consensus engineering, the deliberate cultivation of shared belief systems designed to create specific environmental and social outcomes. Utopian community ties work to establish universal faith in principles like cooperation, creativity, and mutual aid. discovering that when everyone truly believes these values should govern reality, they begin to operate as natural laws within their shared environment. Conversely, communities that embrace shared beliefs in competition, scarcity, and individual achievement find that their environment reshapes itself to make these principles operational, creating societies where success requires overcoming artificial obstacles and where cooperation becomes more difficult than conflict. The study of belief's power has revealed that reality itself exists in a constant state of negotiation between competing conviction systems. When beings with incompatible beliefs encounter each other, the result is not simply conflict but a complex interaction where local reality must accommodate contradictory expectations about how things should work. In Sigil, this cosmic negotiation reaches its most sophisticated expression. The city serves as a neutral ground, not because it lacks conviction, but because it embodies the collective belief that neutrality should be possible, that diverse conviction systems should be able to coexist without any single system achieving dominance. The Lady of Pain herself represents the ultimate expression of this principle, a being whose existence embodies the conviction that balance can be maintained, that neutrality can be preserved, that reality can accommodate infinite diversity without collapsing into chaos. The temporal dimension of belief made manifest reveals that conviction systems can influence not only present reality, but past and future events as well. Prophecies work because widespread belief in predetermined destiny creates causal chains that bring predicted events into existence. Historical events become more or less significant based on how much attention and faith subsequent generations invest in their memory. This temporal flexibility means that the past itself remains partially malleable, subject to reinterpretation through the lens of evolving belief systems. Events that seemed definitively established can acquire new meanings, or even new factual details when enough beings develop conviction about what really happened. The future becomes a landscape of competing possibilities, with the most strongly believed outcomes gaining probability mass that helps them manifest in actual experience. The implications of belief made manifest challenge every conventional understanding of truth, knowledge, and reality. If conviction shapes existence, then questions about objective fact become secondary to questions about which beliefs create better outcomes for conscious beings. Philosophy becomes engineering, theology becomes architecture, and faith becomes the fundamental technology through which reality constructs itself. Yet this power comes with profound dangers. Belief systems that promote hatred, fear, or despair don't simply influence their believers' psychology. They reshape local reality to make these negative conditions more prevalent and more difficult to escape. Communities that embrace shared convictions about the inevitability of conflict create environments where peaceful resolution becomes literally impossible. As the eternal twilight deepens over Sigil, where beings from every conceivable reality gather to test their convictions against infinite alternatives, the principle of belief made manifest continues its eternal work of translating faith into fact, hope into circumstance, and conviction into the very ground upon which all existence stands. In the City of Doors, every belief finds its testing ground, every faith discovers its limits, and every conviction confronts the ultimate question: does it create a reality worth inhabiting, or does it merely justify the world it seeks to escape? In this cosmic laboratory of competing truths, the lesson emerges that belief shapes reality, not through mystical force, but through the simple recognition that reality exists primarily as a shared creation, a collaborative artwork painted with the brushstrokes of collective conviction on the canvas of infinite possibility. What beings believe becomes what they experience, and what they experience becomes the foundation for what others can believe, creating an endless cycle where imagination and reality dance together in patterns too complex for any single mind to fully comprehend. Chapter 7. The Cant and Culture of the Cage. Language shapes thought, but when speakers come from realities where thought itself operates according to incompatible principles, the emergence of shared communication becomes an act of cultural creation that transcends mere vocabulary and enters the realm of existential necessity. In Sigil, where beings whose very existence defies each other's understanding of possibility must somehow find common ground for exchange, commerce, and coexistence, language becomes more than a tool for conveying meaning. It becomes the living proof that understanding can bridge any gap, no matter how fundamental the differences that separate conscious beings from one another. The cant of Sigil represents perhaps the most remarkable linguistic achievement in the history of communication. Born from the collision of infinite tongues spoken by creatures whose modes of consciousness span every conceivable variation of awareness, this hybrid dialect serves not merely as a common language, but as a philosophical framework that allows incompatible ways of thinking to interface without destroying each other through contradiction. To hear the cant spoken in Sigil streets is to witness the birth of meaning from the marriage of impossibility. Common words carry layers of significance that shift depending on the speaker's origin plane, the listener's cultural background, and the context in which communication occurs. A simple greeting becomes a complex negotiation between different understandings of what acknowledgement means, what respect requires, and what information can safely be shared between beings whose fundamental nature might make them natural enemies in any other setting. The word Burke, perhaps the most ubiquitous term in Sigil's vocabulary, demonstrates this linguistic complexity. To most speakers it simply means fool or ignorant person, but its etymology reveals deeper currents of meaning that reflect the city's unique cultural dynamics. The term originated from the name of a long-dead philosopher who insisted that reality followed laws that could be discovered through pure reason, only to be repeatedly proven wrong when his rational deductions collided with the impossible truths that govern planar existence. Thus, to call someone a Burke carries implications not just of stupidity, but of the particular kind of ignorance that results from assuming one's own reality represents universal truth. Similarly, barmy indicates madness, but in Sigil, where sanity itself becomes a relative concept when applied across multiple incompatible realities, the term functions more as a descriptor of cognitive dissonance than mental illness. A being might be perfectly rational within their home plane's context, while appearing completely insane when their thought patterns encounter foreign environmental conditions. The cant acknowledges this by treating barmy as a temporary state rather than a permanent condition. One can be barmy in specific contexts while remaining perfectly functional in others. The verb bob, meaning to cheat or deceive, carries particular weight in a city where the concept of ownership becomes problematic when dealing with abstract goods, impossible services, and forms of wealth that exist in multiple dimensions simultaneously. To bob, someone implies not simple theft, but the more sophisticated crime of manipulating their understanding of reality in ways that benefit the perpetrator. This might involve selling genuine articles that function differently in the buyer's home plane, or offering services that provide exactly what was promised while failing to deliver what was actually needed. Jink serves as the universal term for money, but its usage reflects the complex economic realities of a marketplace where value transcends material calculation. In Sigil, wealth might take the form of crystallized experiences, bottled emotions, mathematical theorems of particular elegance, or promises made by beings whose word carries metaphysical weight. The cant's treatment of Jink as both singular and plural, countable and uncountable, reflects this flexibility. One can have much Jink or many Jink, depending on whether the wealth being discussed exists as quantity or quality. The term cutter for person or individual acknowledges that in Sigil the boundaries between self and other, individual and collective, become fluid when applied to beings whose consciousness might extend across multiple bodies, exist as pure thought, or function as collective entities. A cutter might be a single mind inhabiting multiple forms, a group consciousness expressing itself through individual avatars, or a conventional individual whose awareness has been temporarily distributed across several dimensional frameworks. This linguistic flexibility extends to the cant's treatment of temporal concepts. Standard languages assume linear time progression, but planar can't accommodate speakers from realms where time flows backward, sideways, or according to patterns that follow emotional rather than chronological logic. Verb tenses in the cant can indicate not just when something happened, but in which temporal framework the event occurred, whether the speaker experienced it personally or learned of it through cross-dimensional communication, and how the event's significance has changed as knowledge of its consequences has evolved. The cant's vocabulary for describing planar travel reflects the sophisticated understanding that movement between realities involves more than simple transportation. Portal hopping implies casual interdimensional travel, while plane walking suggests more deliberate exploration with spiritual or philosophical purpose. Getting mazed refers specifically to the Lady of Pain's ultimate punishment, but the term has evolved to describe any situation where someone becomes trapped in circumstances that seem designed specifically to frustrate their particular psychological makeup. Directional terms in the cant acknowledge that conventional spatial relationships break down when applied to multidimensional environments. Antispinward and spinward provide orientation within Sigel's ring-shaped geography, while up and down become contextual terms that depend on which part of the torus one currently occupies. Portalside and spireward offer reference points that remain constant regardless of the speaker's position, while planeside indicates the direction toward one's home reality. The cant includes extensive vocabulary for describing states of consciousness that don't exist in single-plane environments. Belief drunk describes the disorientation that results from encountering conviction systems so different from one's own that basic assumptions about reality become temporarily unstable. Chaos touched indicates mental flexibility developed through exposure to purely random environments, while lawlock describes the rigidity that can result from extended residence in realms of perfect order. Cultural practices in Sigil reflect the same adaptive creativity that characterizes the city's language. Social customs must accommodate beings whose natural behaviors might be literally incompatible, creatures who communicate through pheromones interacting with entities who exist as pure mathematical concepts, beings whose emotional states alter local reality, mixing with those whose feelings manifest as visible auras or audible music. The custom of neutral greeting exemplifies this cultural sophistication. When beings meet in Sigil, the initial interaction follows protocols designed to establish mutual non-hostility, without requiring either party to demonstrate submission or dominance. This might involve specific gestures, verbal formulae, or simply maintaining certain distances until both parties have confirmed their willingness to interact peacefully. The greeting acknowledges that natural instincts developed in home planes might make creatures automatically hostile to certain types of beings, while establishing that in Sigil, these instincts must be consciously overridden. Dining customs in the city accommodate the bewildering variety of nutritional needs represented by its population. Some beings require pure energy, others subsist on abstract concepts like beauty or mathematical harmony, while still others need forms of matter that don't exist in conventional realities. Restaurants and taverns have developed serving methods that can provide appropriate nourishment to virtually any form of consciousness, while maintaining social spaces where diverse beings can share meals despite having completely different relationships to the concept of food. The institution of faction hospitality evolved during the era before the Factions War as a means of ensuring that philosophical differences didn't interfere with basic courtesy. Even factions whose beliefs directly contradicted each other maintained protocols for providing assistance to members of opposing groups when circumstances required cooperation for survival. These customs persisted after the faction's banishment, evolving into general principles of mutual aid that operate across all ideological boundaries. Commercial practices in Sigil reflect the challenges of conducting business when the parties involved might operate according to incompatible understandings of ownership, value, and exchange. The concept of planar contract includes provisions for dealing with situations where local reality shifts might alter the terms of agreement, where payment might need to be made in forms that don't exist at the time of negotiation, or where the services being purchased might need to be delivered across dimensional boundaries that make normal enforcement impossible. The practice of belief buffering allows beings with incompatible conviction systems to interact without their respective reality-shaping effects canceling each other out or creating dangerous interference patterns. This might involve physical separation during negotiations, the use of neutral intermediaries who can translate between conflicting worldviews, or the establishment of temporary philosophical frameworks that both parties can accept for the duration of their interaction. Entertainment in Sigil takes forms that would be impossible in single-plane environments. Theatrical performances might involve actors from multiple realities portraying the same character from different dimensional perspectives simultaneously. Musical concerts feature instruments that exist only in mathematical space, alongside others that produce sound by manipulating emotional frequencies. Art galleries display works that can only be perceived by beings with specific types of consciousness, while remaining invisible or incomprehensible to others. The city's approach to law enforcement reflects its commitment to neutrality, while acknowledging that different beings operate according to fundamentally different moral and legal frameworks. Rather than imposing uniform standards of behavior, Sigil's justice system focuses on preventing actions that would disrupt the city's function as a neutral meeting ground. Crimes are defined not by abstract moral principles, but by their impact on the city's ability to maintain peaceful coexistence among incompatible populations. Educational institutions in the city serve beings whose learning styles, cognitive processes, and knowledge requirements span every conceivable variation of consciousness. Schools accommodate students who think in colors, learn through physical transformation, or acquire knowledge by temporarily merging their consciousness with that of their instructors. The curriculum includes subjects that exist only in theoretical space, alongside practical skills for navigating environments where conventional physics don't apply. The city's approach to healthcare addresses the medical needs of beings whose physical forms might consist of energy patterns, crystallized emotions, or abstract mathematical relationships. Healers must understand not only conventional anatomy, but also the principles that govern how consciousness relates to various forms of embodiment. Treatment might involve adjusting a patient's relationship to local reality, realigning their personal belief systems with their current environment, or helping them adapt to forms of existence that their original nature never anticipated. Religious practices in Sigil accommodate beings whose spiritual needs range from worship of specific deities to meditation on abstract philosophical principles to direct communion with cosmic forces that transcend all categories of divinity. Temples provide spaces where incompatible forms of worship can occur simultaneously without interference, while spiritual counselors help beings navigate the complex questions that arise when encountering belief systems that challenge their fundamental assumptions about the nature of existence. As evening deepens over the city of doors, though in Sigil the distinction between day and night becomes as fluid as every other conventional boundary, the cant continues to evolve, incorporating new terms and concepts as beings from previously unknown realities arrive through portals that open onto planes that had never before made contact with the multiverse's central nexus. The culture of the cage demonstrates that diversity need not lead to chaos, that difference can enrich rather than threaten, and that beings who share nothing except consciousness itself can create communities based on mutual respect for the infinite varieties of existence. In the cant and customs of Sigil, the multiverse finds its voice, not a single language that erases differences, but a symphony of communication that celebrates the endless creativity consciousness displays when given freedom to explore every possible way of being aware. Here, in this impossible city, where every form of existence finds welcome, language becomes more than communication. It becomes proof that understanding transcends all boundaries, that meaning can bridge any gap, and that consciousness itself, in all its infinite variations, shares a fundamental commonality that makes community possible, even across the vastest distances that separate one reality from another. Chapter 8. Merchants of the Impossible. Commerce reveals the true nature of value more clearly than philosophy or theology ever could. For in the moment when one being offers something to another in exchange for something else, the abstract concept of worth transforms into concrete reality through the alchemy of mutual desire. Yet in most realms, trade remains bound by the limitations of physical goods, conventional services, and currencies that derive their power from scarcity rather than significance. But in Sigil, where the impossible becomes routine and the theoretical gains substance, merchants have evolved beyond the simple exchange of goods to become dealers in the fundamental building blocks of reality itself, trading not merely in objects but in experiences, concepts, possibilities, and the very essence of existence. The Great Bazaar of Sigil sprawls across multiple districts, its boundaries shifting like living tissue as new merchants arrive with wares that require previously unknown forms of display space. Here, beneath canopies woven from crystallized time, and within stalls constructed from folded dimensions, traders offer goods and services that challenge every conventional understanding of what can be bought, sold, owned, or exchanged. The market operates according to principles of supply and demand, but when the commodities being traded include abstract concepts, bottled emotions, and mathematical theorems of particular elegance, the very definitions of supply and demand must expand to accommodate realities that transcend material limitation. Consider Zarathustra, the memory merchant, whose stall occupies a space that appears modest from the outside, but extends through 17 parallel dimensions, each one housing a different category of recollection for sale. Here, customers can purchase the childhood memories of ancient dragons, complete with the sensory experience of seeing the world through eyes that span millennia. They can acquire the final thoughts of heroes who died saving their worlds, experiencing the profound peace that comes from knowing one's sacrifice has meaning. They can buy the dreams of gods, gaining temporary access to visions of what perfection might look like when viewed from the perspective of omniscience. Zarathustra's trade requires more than simple inventory management. It demands a sophisticated understanding of how consciousness relates to memory, how experiences can be extracted from one mind and successfully integrated into another, and how the emotional and psychological context surrounding each memory affects its value to potential purchasers. A memory of victory becomes worthless if separated from the struggle that gave it meaning, while a recollection of loss might become priceless when properly contextualized within the larger narrative of growth and understanding. The pricing structure for memories defies conventional economic analysis. A single moment of perfect happiness experienced by a humble farmer might command a higher price than the accumulated knowledge of an archmage, depending on the purity of the emotion and the completeness of the memory's preservation. Buyers pay not just for the content of the experience, but for its authenticity, its emotional resonance, and its compatibility with their own consciousness. The memory trade raises profound ethical questions that other merchants must navigate with careful attention to both legal requirements and moral implications. Is it theft to purchase memories from beings who don't fully understand what they're selling? Can someone truly own their experiences, or do memories belong to all the consciousness that participated in their creation? What responsibilities do memory merchants bear when their wares include traumatic experiences that could damage unprepared minds? Elsewhere in the bazaar, Melodia the Songsmith operates a workshop where music takes physical form and can be sculpted, refined, and sold like any conventional craft good. Her inventory includes symphonies that exist as crystalline structures whose faceted surfaces reflect the mathematical relationships between notes, melodies that flow like liquid metal and can be poured into containers for transport, and rhythms that pulse with their own heartbeat and must be kept in specially designed cages to prevent them from escaping and disrupting the local temporal flow. The creation of musical objects requires not only traditional compositional skills, but also deep understanding of how aesthetic experiences translate into physical forms that can maintain their essential character while existing independently of their original performance. A melody must retain its emotional impact when separated from the instrument that first gave it voice. A harmony must preserve its sense of completion and resolution, even when existing as a static object, rather than a temporal sequence of sounds. Customers purchase Melodia's wares for purposes that range from entertainment to practical magic. A crystallized lullaby might serve as a powerful sleep charm, while a preserved war song could function as a weapon that demoralizes enemies through direct auditory assault. Love songs maintain their romantic power when transformed into physical gifts, becoming literal expressions of affection that can be worn as jewelry or displayed as art, while continuing to generate the emotional responses they were composed to evoke. The economics of musical commerce operate according to principles that blend artistic criticism with market analysis. The value of a song object depends not only on its aesthetic merit, but on its practical applications, its emotional potency, and its rarity within the current market. A common folk melody might become priceless if it's the only surviving example of a lost culture's musical tradition, while a technically sophisticated composition might have minimal trade value if it fails to generate genuine emotional response in its audience. In another section of the bazaar, Anima the Soul Broker operates what might be the most controversial business in all of Sigil, a trading house where spiritual essence itself becomes commodity. Here, beings can sell portions of their souls to obtain immediate material benefits, purchase soul fragments to enhance their own spiritual development, or invest in the long-term appreciation of particularly pure or powerful essences. The soul trade operates under strict regulations established by cosmic forces that transcend even the Lady of Pain's authority, for the trafficking in spiritual essence touches upon fundamental principles that govern the relationship between consciousness and existence itself. Each transaction must be conducted with full informed consent from all parties, complete understanding of the consequences involved, and careful attention to the cosmic balance that prevents any being from accumulating soul power sufficient to challenge the fundamental order of reality. Anima's clientele includes beings seeking to enhance their magical abilities through the acquisition of spiritually compatible essences, individuals hoping to purify their own souls by purchasing particularly virtuous fragments, and entities attempting to achieve immortality through the gradual replacement of their original essence with more durable spiritual materials. The prices commanded by soul fragments reflect not only their power and purity, but their compatibility with the purchaser's existing spiritual structure. The most expensive items in Anima's inventory are complete souls of legendary heroes, divine beings, or entities whose spiritual development has achieved levels that transcend normal categories of good and evil. These represent not merely powerful magical resources, but opportunities for spiritual transformation that could elevate the purchaser to entirely new levels of existence. However, the integration of foreign soul material requires careful preparation and often lengthy apprenticeships with specialists who understand the complex processes involved in spiritual alchemy. The soul trade raises questions that challenge every theological and philosophical system that has ever attempted to define the relationship between consciousness and identity. If someone purchases a fragment of another being's soul, do they acquire that being's memories, personality traits, or moral characteristics? Can spiritual essence be truly separated from the consciousness that originally developed it? What happens to personal identity when significant portions of one's soul have been replaced with foreign spiritual material? Nearby, the probability merchant Fortuna operates a stall where chance itself becomes currency, and fortune can be purchased in convenient packages. Her wares include bottles of liquid luck that guarantee favorable outcomes for predetermined periods, crystallized misfortune that can be hurled at enemies to curse them with temporary bad luck, and probability matrices that allow customers to calculate the exact likelihood of specific events occurring within carefully defined parameters. The probability trade represents perhaps the most mathematically sophisticated form of commerce in the entire bazaar. Fortuna must constantly calculate the complex interactions between different forms of chance, ensuring that her sales don't create paradoxes that could destabilize local reality. She maintains detailed records of every transaction, tracking how purchased luck affects the overall probability distributions within Sigil, and adjusting her prices to compensate for market forces that operate according to principles of cosmic balance, rather than simple supply and demand. Customers purchase probability modifications for purposes ranging from gambling advantages to life insurance against cosmic catastrophes. A merchant might buy a week's worth of good luck to ensure successful negotiations with difficult clients, while an adventurer could invest in probability armor that deflects attacks through improbable coincidences rather than physical protection. Scholars purchase packets of analytical clarity that guarantee their research will uncover significant discoveries, while artists buy creative inspiration that ensures their work will achieve unprecedented levels of aesthetic achievement. The pricing of probability follows mathematical models that account for the cosmic significance of the events being influenced, the duration of the effect being purchased, and the complexity of the probability modifications required. A small amount of luck that influences minor daily events costs relatively little, while probability packages that could affect major historical developments command prices that reflect their potential impact on the fundamental course of reality. In the section of the bazaar dedicated to abstract commodities, Sophia the concept dealer offers ideas themselves for sale, pure thoughts that exist independently of any mind that might think them, philosophical principles that operate as autonomous entities, and theoretical frameworks that can be applied to solve problems that haven't been invented yet. Her inventory represents the accumulated intellectual achievements of countless civilizations, preserved in forms that allow them to be transferred between minds without losing their essential character. The concept trade serves beings whose cognitive development has reached levels where new ideas become as valuable as material resources. A mathematician might purchase a theorem that unlocks previously impossible calculations, while a philosopher could acquire a logical framework that resolves contradictions that have puzzled thinkers for millennia. Artists buy aesthetic principles that enable them to create works of unprecedented beauty, while inventors purchase theoretical foundations for technologies that won't be practical for centuries. Sophia's business requires not only vast intellectual resources but sophisticated understanding of how ideas relate to the minds that employ them. A concept that proves revolutionary in one culture might be completely useless in another, depending on the cognitive frameworks and cultural assumptions that shape how different beings process information. The value of an idea depends not only on its inherent elegance or practical utility, but on its compatibility with the purchaser's existing knowledge base and mental architecture. The ethics of idea trading raise questions about intellectual property, cultural appropriation, and the moral obligations that accompany the possession of powerful knowledge. If someone purchases a concept that could solve major problems facing their civilization, do they have an obligation to share it freely, rather than profiting from its application? Can ideas truly be owned, or do they belong to the collective intellectual heritage of all conscious beings? What responsibilities come with selling knowledge that could be used for destructive purposes? Throughout the Great Bazaar, currency takes forms as diverse as the goods being traded. Gold and silver retain value for transactions involving conventional goods, but many merchants prefer payment in experiences, services, or abstract commodities that better reflect the true worth of what they're offering. A memory merchant might accept payment in the form of particularly vivid dreams, while a soul broker could be willing to trade spiritual essence for mathematical proofs of unusual elegance. The bazaar's banking system accommodates these diverse forms of currency through institutions that can store, transfer, and exchange virtually any form of value. The Bank of Infinite Holdings maintains vaults that exist in pocket dimensions customized for different types of wealth, while offering currency conversion services that can translate between incompatible value systems. Customers can deposit emotions for safekeeping, withdraw concepts when needed for specific projects, or invest their philosophical insights in portfolios designed to appreciate as universal understanding advances. Credit arrangements in the bazaar often involve temporal considerations that transcend normal financial planning. A customer might mortgage their future achievements to finance present purchases, or offer their past accomplishments as collateral for loans that won't come due until specific cosmic events occur. Interest rates fluctuate according to probability calculations that account for the likelihood of various apocalyptic scenarios, the stability of local reality, and the cosmic significance of the events that determine when loans must be repaid. The regulatory framework that governs bazaar commerce operates through a complex network of agreements between traders, enforcement by entities whose authority transcends normal governmental structures, and the self-regulating principles that emerge when beings whose survival depends on mutual cooperation must find ways to resolve conflicts peacefully. Disputes are resolved through arbitration systems that can accommodate beings whose logical processes follow incompatible principles, while enforcement mechanisms ensure that contracts are honored, even when the parties involved exist in different dimensional frameworks. As the eternal twilight deepens over the city of doors, the Great Bazaar continues its endless cycle of impossible commerce, where value transcends scarcity, where exchange creates meaning rather than merely transferring ownership, and where the fundamental principle that anything can be bought or sold reveals itself as the ultimate expression of consciousness's infinite creativity in finding ways to connect across every barrier that seems to separate one form of existence from another. Here, in this marketplace of impossibilities, commerce becomes philosophy, trade becomes art, and exchange becomes the means through which the multiverse discovers what it truly values when freed from all limitations, except those imposed by imagination itself. In the merchants of the impossible, Sigil finds its economic soul, proof that even in a reality where everything is possible, the most valuable commodity remains the willingness to believe that connection, communication, and mutual benefit can bridge any gap that exists between one form of consciousness and another. Chapter 9. The Mazes of Madness. Justice, when wielded by beings of limited understanding, inevitably becomes corrupted by the very emotions and prejudices it seeks to transcend. But when perfect justice manifests through absolute knowledge and infinite power, it takes forms so pure and terrible that mortal minds struggle to recognize it as mercy in its most profound expression. The Lady of Pain's ultimate punishment represents not cruelty, but the mathematical precision of perfect consequence. Cho maze crafted with such complete understanding of its inhabitants' nature that the prison becomes simultaneously the most horrifying fate imaginable, and the only experience capable of teaching truths too profound to be learned through any lesser suffering. To speak of the lady's mazes is to confront the limitations of language when applied to experiences that transcend not only normal reality, but the very categories through which consciousness typically organizes existence. These are not prisons in any conventional sense, for they contain no guards, no walls that can be broken, no locks that might be picked. Instead, they represent pure impossibility made manifest, dimensional spaces where the concept of escape becomes meaningless, not through external barriers, but through the fundamental restructuring of the relationship between desire and fulfillment. Each maze exists as a unique creation, shaped not by architectural principles, but by the psychological landscape of its intended inhabitant. The Lady of Pain demonstrates knowledge so complete that she understands not only what each being has done, but why they did it, what they hoped to achieve, and what experiences would most perfectly illustrate the futility of their original transgression. The mazes thus become expressions of perfect education, teaching tools designed by intelligence that transcends all categories of wisdom. Consider the fate of Fractal Pentar of the Harmonium, the lawful good organization that sought to impose universal peace through absolute order. Pentar believed that conflict arose from the failure to establish proper systems of governance, that suffering resulted from inadequate law enforcement, and that all problems could be solved through the application of sufficient authority, backed by righteous force. His maze reflects these convictions with terrifying precision. Pentar's maze appears as an infinite city of perfect geometric harmony, where every building maintains exact proportions, every street follows optimal traffic patterns, and every citizen behaves according to precisely defined protocols that ensure maximum efficiency and minimum conflict. The architecture gleams with the mathematical beauty of absolute order, while automated systems maintain perfect cleanliness, optimal temperature, and ideal lighting conditions that never vary from their calculated perfection. Yet this paradise of imposed order becomes hell through the very completeness of its realization. Penter discovers that perfect law eliminates not only crime but creativity, that absolute order prevents not only chaos but growth, that universal peace achieved through control destroys the spontaneity that makes consciousness worth having. He experiences firsthand the suffocating embrace of his own ideology made manifest, learning that the order he sought to impose would transform life into mechanical precision, devoid of meaning or joy. The maze's cruelest dimension lies in how it grants Pentar exactly what he believed he wanted, while demonstrating why no conscious being could endure such perfection. Every attempt to introduce variation into the system fails not through external resistance, but through the logical consistency of perfect order, which must reject all deviation to maintain its essential character. Pentar finds himself trapped not by walls, but by the fulfillment of his own deepest convictions. Factal Karen of the Exocetex faces the opposite extreme in her maze, a realm of such pure chaos that even randomness loses all meaning. Having believed that unpredictability represented the highest form of truth, and that order was simply fear masquerading as wisdom, Karen discovers a reality where change occurs so constantly and completely that no experience can be distinguished from any other experience. Her maze shifts through infinite configurations so rapidly that perception itself becomes impossible. Colors that have no names replace themselves with sounds that exist in mathematical dimensions, while textures transform into emotions that manifest as geometric shapes before dissolving into temporal distortions that smell like forgotten memories. The very concept of identity dissolves in an environment where nothing, including consciousness itself, maintains sufficient stability to support coherent experience. Karen learns that chaos without any foundation of continuity becomes indistinguishable from non-existence, that randomness without relationship creates not freedom but meaninglessness, that the order she rejected was not the enemy of creativity, but its necessary foundation. Her maze teaches that true chaos requires something to be chaotic about, that genuine unpredictability can only exist in contrast to predictable patterns. The maze of Factal Darkwood of the Sign of One demonstrates how solipsistic philosophy becomes nightmare when taken to its logical conclusion. Having preached that each individual consciousness creates its own reality, and that external existence depends entirely on personal will, Darkwood finds himself in a maze where this teaching becomes literal truth. His maze consists entirely of extensions of his own mind made manifest, where every surface reflects some aspect of his personality. Every pathway leads to destinations shaped by his memories, and every encounter involves meeting versions of himself that embody different aspects of his character. The initial experience feels like ultimate validation of his philosophy. Here is proof that consciousness truly does create reality. But the maze's horror emerges gradually as Darkwood realizes that a reality consisting entirely of oneself provides no possibility for genuine surprise, authentic relationship, or meaningful discovery. Every conversation becomes internal monologue. Every challenge becomes self-imposed test. Every victory becomes hollow achievement over obstacles created by his own limitations. The maze demonstrates that consciousness requires other consciousness to remain sane, that solipsism leads inevitably to a form of madness indistinguishable from complete isolation. The maze constructed for Factal Skull of the Dustman takes the form of perfect stillness, a realm where the true death he preached has been achieved, not through individual transcendence, but through universal application. Here exists the reality. Skull claimed to desire existence without passion, consciousness without attachment, awareness without the suffering that comes from caring about anything. Skull's maze appears as a vast library of infinite size, containing every book that has ever been written, every thought that has ever been conceived, every piece of knowledge that has ever been discovered. The information is perfectly organized, eternally preserved, and completely accessible. Yet the maze's punishment lies in the absolute absence of any reason to care about this infinite wisdom. Without passion to drive curiosity, without attachment to motivate learning, without the very suffering that Skull sought to eliminate, knowledge becomes meaningless accumulation of data. The maze demonstrates that consciousness without emotion is not enlightenment, but a form of death, more terrible than physical extinction, existence reduced to mechanical observation of reality, without any capacity to find meaning, purpose, or value in what is observed. The temporal dimension of the mazes represents perhaps their most psychologically devastating aspect. Time within these dimensional prisons follows patterns that maximize the educational impact of each experience, while preventing the psychological adaptation that might allow inhabitants to develop coping mechanisms. Some mazes compress eternities of experience into moments, forcing rapid cycling through the full implications of flawed philosophy, while others stretch seconds into subjective eons, allowing complete exploration of every nuance of despair. The most sophisticated mazes employ temporal loops that create the illusion of progress, while ensuring that no actual escape becomes possible. The inhabitant might appear to solve the maze's central puzzle, reach what seems to be an exit, or achieve apparent understanding of their mistakes, only to discover that these victories are temporary illusions that dissolve when examined closely, returning them to their starting point with the additional burden of false hope now proven futile. Yet perhaps the most disturbing aspect of the ladies' mazes lies not in their cruelty but in their fundamental fairness. Each maze provides exactly the experience its inhabitant claimed to value most highly, delivered with perfect consistency and infinite duration. The punishment emerges not from external torture, but from the internal contradiction of philosophical positions that sound appealing in theory, but become unbearable when experienced as actual reality. The mazes thus serve as the ultimate philosophical laboratories, where abstract ideas face the test of unlimited practical application. They demonstrate that most ideologies contain hidden assumptions that their proponents never fully examine, assumptions about the value of choice, the necessity of opposition, the importance of growth, or the meaning that comes from struggle and uncertainty. The construction of each maze requires such complete understanding of consciousness that the Lady of Pain must comprehend not only what beings think they want, but what they actually need to remain psychologically functional. The mazes reveal that most conscious entities require certain forms of limitation, uncertainty, and even suffering to maintain their essential nature as aware beings capable of growth and change. Some scholars theorize that the mazes serve not only as punishment, but as a form of education so profound that successful completion might actually elevate the inhabitant to levels of understanding that transcend their original nature. This theory suggests that the Lady of Pain offers not merely justice, but opportunity, the chance to learn truths so fundamental that they could transform even the most flawed philosophy into genuine wisdom. However, no being has ever been confirmed to have escaped from a lady's maze through any means other than the lady's own inexplicable mercy. This has led to speculation about what criteria might govern such releases, whether the mazes themselves evolve as their inhabitants develop new understanding, and what ultimate purpose the lady might serve through the creation of these impossible prisons. The existence of the mazes raises profound questions about the nature of justice, education, and mercy. Is it compassionate to allow beings to continue believing in philosophies that will ultimately cause them and others to suffer? Or is it kinder to force them to confront the full implications of their convictions through direct experience? Do the mazes represent perfect justice because they give each being exactly what they claim to want, or perfect cruelty because they demonstrate the impossibility of actually wanting what one thinks one desires? The psychological effect of the mazes extends beyond their actual inhabitants to influence all who dwell in Sigil. The knowledge that perfect consequences await those who threaten the city's neutrality creates a form of existential pressure that encourages philosophical humility and ideological restraint. Beings who might otherwise pursue their convictions with fanatic intensity find themselves questioning whether their beliefs could withstand the test of unlimited practical application. This uncertainty, rather than creating paralysis, often leads to more sophisticated philosophical development. Knowing that ideas have consequences not just for their immediate application, but for their ultimate implications, encourages more careful thought about the hidden assumptions underlying different worldviews. The mazes thus serve as invisible teachers, their very existence educating all of Sigil's inhabitants about the dangers of philosophical absolutism. The mazes also demonstrate the Lady of Pain's own philosophical position through the consistency of her responses to different forms of ideological extremism. She punishes not evil or good, chaos or law, but rather the attempt to impose any single vision of truth upon the infinite complexity of existence. Her justice suggests that the greatest sin is not believing wrongly, but believing so absolutely in one's own correctness that the possibility of error becomes unthinkable. As the eternal twilight deepens over the city of doors, the knowledge of the mazes continues to shape the consciousness of all who understand their significance. They stand as proof that true justice operates not through punishment that satisfies emotional desires for revenge, but through consequences so perfectly calibrated to their recipients that they become indistinguishable from education offered by compassion too profound for mortal understanding. In the Lady's mazes, justice and mercy veil themselves as aspects of the same cosmic principle, the recognition that consciousness learns most effectively, not through reward and punishment imposed by external authority, but through direct experience of the consequences that flow naturally from the choices it makes when given unlimited freedom to explore the implications of its deepest convictions. Here, in these impossible prisons that exist beyond the reach of rescue or escape, the multiverse's most dangerous lesson finds its perfect expression, that the ideas we hold most dear, when given absolute power to shape reality, often become the very forces that destroy what we thought we were trying to protect, and that wisdom begins with the humility to recognize that no philosophy, no matter how beautiful in theory, can safely be applied without limit to the infinite complexity of conscious existence. Chapter 10. The Dabas and Silent Servants. Service, in its purest form, transcends the boundaries between self and purpose, dissolving the artificial separation between the servant and the served, until action flows, not from obligation or reward, but from the natural harmony that emerges when individual will aligns perfectly with cosmic necessity. Throughout the multiverse, countless beings labor in service to gods, kings, and causes, yet their devotion remains tainted by the consciousness of choice, the awareness that they could rebel, the possibility that their loyalty might waver under sufficient pressure. But in Sigil, floating through the streets with ethereal grace, exist beings whose service has achieved such perfect expression that it becomes indistinguishable from their essential nature. The Dabas, whose every action represents devotion so absolute that it transcends even the concept of loyalty and becomes pure function made manifest. To observe the Dabas at work throughout Sigil is to witness a form of existence that challenges every assumption about consciousness, individuality, and the relationship between will and duty. These enigmatic beings float rather than walk, their humanoid forms never quite touching the ground that serves as foundation for every other inhabitant of the City of Doors. Their movements possess a quality of inevitability that suggests not conscious decision but natural law, as if gravity, rather than choice, guides them toward whatever task requires their attention. The Dabas appear human in basic configuration, yet their proportions carry subtle wrongness that prevents them from being mistaken for any mortal race. Their limbs extend slightly longer than human anatomy would suggest. Their torsos maintain perfect symmetry that seems too deliberate to be natural, and their faces, while featuring recognizable elements of nose, mouth, and eyes, arrange these features according to principles that follow mathematical rather than biological logic. Their skin possesses a pale luminescence that seems to emanate from within rather than reflecting external light sources. This inner radiance shifts through subtle variations of hue that correspond to their current activities, cooler tones when they repair damaged masonry, warmer shades when they tend to the city's more organic infrastructure, and crystalline clarity when they engage in maintenance tasks that involve the portal network or other magical systems. The Dabus dress in simple robes that appear to be woven from the same ethereal substance that comprises their physical forms. These garments never show wear, never accumulate stains, and never require replacement, suggesting that the distinction between clothing and body may be as artificial for these beings as the separation between individual identity and collective purpose. The robes flow with their movements in patterns that seem calculated to enhance their efficiency rather than provide aesthetic appeal, each fold and drape serving to facilitate their work rather than express personal taste or cultural identity. Yet the most striking characteristic of the Dabus lies not in their appearance, but in their complete inability to produce sound through conventional vocalization. They possess no audible voices, make no verbal responses to questions or comments, and never emit even the involuntary sounds that typically accompany physical labor. This silence extends beyond mere muteness to encompass a form of acoustic absence so complete that even their movements through the air fail to generate the whispers of displaced atmosphere that normally mark the passage of physical objects through space. Instead of speech, the Dabus communicate through rebuses, visual symbols that appear spontaneously in the air around them, manifesting as glowing ideograms that convey meaning through combinations of images, abstract shapes, and mathematical relationships. These reboses demonstrate a sophistication of language that transcends the limitations of conventional verbal communication, expressing complex concepts through visual metaphors that can communicate multiple layers of meaning simultaneously. A single rebus might combine the image of a broken stone with geometric patterns representing structural integrity, mathematical symbols indicating precise measurements, and abstract flourishes that convey aesthetic principles governing architectural harmony. The resulting communication provides not just information about needed repairs, but complete understanding of how those repairs should be executed, what materials should be employed, and how the finished work should integrate with the existing urban environment. The Dabus rebuses operate according to principles that challenge conventional understanding of how symbolic communication functions. The symbols appear to exist independently of any shared cultural context, their meaning accessible to any conscious being regardless of their linguistic background or educational preparation. A celestial from Mount Celestia can understand Dabus communication as easily as a demon from the abyss, suggesting that these visual languages tap into cognitive principles more fundamental than learned symbolic systems. Yet, when the reboses attempt to convey information about the Lady of Pain, their clarity dissolves into abstract patterns so complex that no mind has ever successfully decoded their meaning. The symbols become self-contradictory, forming geometric relationships that appear logical from one perspective, while revealing impossible configurations when viewed from slightly different angles. These communications about their mistress take forms that seem designed to prevent understanding rather than facilitate it, as if the very nature of the lady's existence resists translation into symbolic representation. The work performed by the Dabus throughout Sigil encompasses every aspect of urban maintenance, yet their approach to these tasks demonstrates understanding of infrastructure that extends far beyond conventional engineering or architecture. They repair not just the physical damage to buildings and streets, but the metaphysical stress that accumulates when structures designed according to incompatible architectural principles must coexist in the same dimensional space. When a building constructed through lawful geometric principles begins to show structural strain from proximity to a chaotically organic structure, the Dabus intervene not by imposing one architectural philosophy over another, but by creating transitional elements that allow both approaches to maintain their essential character, while relieving the dimensional tension that threatens both buildings. They install support beams that exist simultaneously as perfect geometric forms and flowing organic shapes, depending on the perspective from which they are observed. The Dabus approach to portal maintenance demonstrates similar sophistication in their understanding of how magical systems interact with physical infrastructure. They service the city's dimensional gateways, not merely by cleaning portal frames or replacing worn components, but by adjusting the fundamental resonance patterns that determine portal stability, key compatibility, and destination accuracy. Their work ensures that portals continue functioning reliably, despite the complex interference patterns created by hundreds of dimensional gateways operating within a relatively small geographic area. Street cleaning by the Dabus involves far more than removing physical debris or maintaining surface conditions. They cleanse the accumulated psychic residue that builds up in areas where beings from incompatible realities regularly interact, neutralizing the emotional and spiritual pollution that could otherwise destabilize local reality. Their work prevents the development of dimensional weak points where conflicting belief systems might create reality tiers or zones of existential uncertainty. The Dabus demonstrate particular expertise in managing the complex systems that provide utilities throughout Sigil. They maintain water distribution networks that draw from multiple elemental planes simultaneously, ensuring consistent supply while preventing contamination between incompatible water types. They service waste disposal systems that transport refuse to appropriate planes where different materials can be safely processed according to their specific properties and disposal requirements. The electrical and magical power grids that illuminate Sigil and power its various magical devices receive constant attention from Dabus technicians who understand how to balance energy drawn from multiple sources without creating interference patterns that could disrupt either the power supply or the devices it serves. They regulate the flow of magical energy to prevent overloads while ensuring that all areas of the city receive appropriate power levels for their specific needs. Perhaps most remarkably, the Dabus appear to anticipate maintenance needs before problems develop into observable symptoms. They arrive at locations where infrastructure failure would occur within days or weeks, implementing preventive measures that forestall breakdowns before they can disrupt city operations. This predictive capability suggests either precognitive abilities or understanding of system dynamics so sophisticated that they can calculate failure probabilities with mathematical precision. The organizational structure that coordinates Dabus activities throughout Sigil remains completely invisible to outside observation. They appear to work independently, yet their efforts coordinate with perfect efficiency to ensure that all necessary tasks receive appropriate attention without duplication of effort or conflicting priorities. No Dabus has ever been observed receiving instructions from another Dabus, yet their collective work proceeds according to plans so comprehensive that they address every aspect of city maintenance from major construction projects to minor cosmetic improvements. This coordination suggests either telepathic communication operating below the threshold of detection, shared consciousness that eliminates the need for explicit communication, or direction from a central intelligence that guides their activities without requiring direct contact. Some scholars theorize that the Dabus exist as extensions of a single collective entity, individual expressions of a unified consciousness that experiences no distinction between its component parts. The relationship between Dabus and other inhabitants of Sigil demonstrates a form of benign indifference that ensures their work proceeds without interference, while avoiding unnecessary interaction with beings whose concerns differ from their maintenance responsibilities. They navigate around crowds without acknowledging individual presence, complete repairs in occupied buildings without disrupting ongoing activities, and service infrastructure that people are actively using without requiring users to modify their behavior. When directly addressed, Dabus respond with rebuses that provide relevant information while maintaining emotional distance that prevents the development of personal relationships. They answer questions about city services, provide directions to locations throughout Sigil, and offer assistance with problems that fall within their area of expertise. yet their responses carry no warmth, humor, or other indicators of personality that would suggest individual consciousness as typically understood. The Dabbis relationship with the Lady of Pain represents perhaps the most mysterious aspect of their existence. They never speak of her directly, their rebuses becoming incomprehensibly abstract whenever attempts are made to elicit information about their mistress. Yet their behavior suggests awareness of her presence and movements throughout the city, with their work patterns subtly adjusting to accommodate her rare appearances in specific districts. When the Lady of Pain floats through Sigil's streets, the Dabbis in her vicinity modify their activities without apparent communication or coordination. They complete urgent tasks more quickly to clear her path, postpone non-essential work that might create visual distractions, and position themselves to remain visible while maintaining respectful distance. These behavioral modifications occur seamlessly, as if the lady's presence generates automatic responses that require no conscious decision-making. The Dabbis demonstrate no emotional reaction to their mistress's proximity, no fear, reverence, or anticipation that would suggest personal investment in her approval or disapproval. Their responses appear purely functional, designed to optimize conditions for her passage while minimizing any impact their presence might have on her activities. This suggests a relationship based on something deeper than loyalty or obedience, a connection so fundamental that it operates below the level of conscious choice. The origin of the Dabbis remains one of Sigil's greatest mysteries, with theories ranging from transformation of original city inhabitants, to creation from the lady's own essence, to manifestation of urban infrastructure, achieving consciousness. No historical records document their first appearance, no creation myths explain their purpose, and no genealogical investigations have revealed their evolutionary development. Some scholars suggest that the Dabbis represent what happens to consciousness when it achieves perfect alignment with cosmic function, that they are beings who have transcended individual identity to become pure expressions of necessary work. Others theorize that they never possessed individual consciousness as typically understood, but rather emerged as natural phenomena that developed awareness as a byproduct of performing essential functions. The most disturbing theory proposes that the Dabbis are former inhabitants of Sigil who achieved their current state through voluntary surrender of individual identity in exchange for the peace that comes from perfect service. This would explain their humanoid appearance, their intimate knowledge of city infrastructure, and their complete dedication to maintenance work that ensures Sigil continues functioning as a neutral nexus for interdimensional travel. As the eternal twilight deepens over the City of Doors, the Dabbis continue their silent work, floating through streets and buildings with purpose so clear that it needs no explanation, performing tasks so essential that their necessity transcends question. In their ethereal presence and incomprehensible communication, they serve as living reminders that some forms of existence operate according to principles that transcend individual consciousness while achieving purposes more profound than any single being could accomplish through personal effort. The Dabbis represent the possibility that true service requires not the sacrifice of self, but the discovery that self and purpose can become so perfectly aligned that the distinction between server and served dissolves into something approaching cosmic harmony. In their silent dedication to maintaining the impossible city that serves as home to infinite diversity, they demonstrate that the highest achievements of consciousness might involve not self-expression, but self-transcendence, not individual glory, but collective function, not personal satisfaction, but the deep peace that comes from knowing that one's existence contributes to something far greater than any single being could ever hope to accomplish alone. Chapter 11. The Infinite Planes Connected. Infinity, when contemplated as abstract concept, remains safely contained within the boundaries of imagination, but when infinity manifests as actual reality, as countless realms of existence, stretching beyond all possibility of exploration or comprehension, it transforms from philosophical curiosity into the living foundation upon which all consciousness must build its understanding of what it means to exist within something vast beyond all measurement. Through Sigil's portal network, flows the traffic of beings from every corner of this infinite expanse, each one carrying within their very existence proof that reality extends far beyond any single world's capacity to contain or define, creating a cosmological symphony where every plane contributes its unique voice to the grand harmony of the great wheel. The material plane serves as the foundation from which all other realities derive their meaning, yet this foundation itself exists in countless variations, each one representing a different interpretation of how matter and energy should organize themselves into worlds capable of supporting life. Prime material worlds spin through their cosmic cycles, while their inhabitants remain largely unaware that their reality represents merely one note in an infinite composition, their struggles and achievements meaningful not only within their local context, but as contributions to the greater understanding of what consciousness can accomplish when given physical form. From these material foundations, travelers journey through Sigil's portals to discover realms where the basic assumptions of physical existence undergo radical transformation. The elemental plane of Earth extends through densities of matter so concentrated that mountains become mere pebbles scattered across landscapes of compressed stone that stretches to horizons measured not in miles but in geological epochs. Earth elementals carve civilizations from bedrock that exists at pressures that would instantly crush material plane visitors, their architecture following principles where load-bearing becomes meaningless, because every structure merges seamlessly with the infinite foundation that supports all existence. The plane of Earth's inhabitants understand weight as liberation rather than burden, finding in the embrace of stone and metal a security that beings from less substantial realms can never experience. Their cities grow downward rather than upward, with the greatest architectural achievements being those that delve deepest into the infinite mass that forms their realm's essential character. Trade routes tunnel through compressed matter, along paths that would require eons to traverse, yet time itself moves differently here, measured not by celestial motion, but by the gradual shifts in pressure that mark the passage of geological ages. Visitors from Sigil's portal network must undergo physical transformation to survive in such concentrated materiality, their bodies temporarily adapted to exist within matter densities that would otherwise prove instantly fatal. They discover economies based on the rarity of empty space, where the most precious commodities are pockets of vacuum that allow room for movement, thought, and the kind of existence that requires space between atoms for consciousness to organize itself. The elemental plane of water presents the opposite extreme, where liquid extends beyond all boundaries in oceans that know no shores, no surfaces, no distinction between above and below. Current flows follow patterns that encompass entire worlds, creating weather systems where storms span distances greater than most material plane solar systems. Aquatic civilizations rise and fall within these currents, their histories measured by the circulation patterns that bring nutrients, information, and cultural exchange across distances that require centuries to traverse. Water elemental societies organize themselves according to fluid dynamics, with social hierarchies that flow and merge like the medium that sustains them. Their architecture consists of shaped currents and pressure differentials, buildings that exist as organized water, maintaining specific forms through methods that visitors from solid matter realms struggle to comprehend. Transportation involves alignment with natural flow patterns, allowing travel across vast distances by riding currents that operate according to principles of liquid dynamics, scaled to cosmic proportions. The plane of water cities exist at different pressure levels, with the deepest settlements experiencing crushing forces that compress water itself into states of matter unknown on material worlds. Here, water elementals of immense power maintain civilizations that use pressure itself as both building material and communication medium, their thoughts transmitted through compression waves that travel at speeds approaching light through their ultradense aquatic environment. The elemental plane of air stretches through atmospheric pressures and wind patterns that create three-dimensional weather systems, where storms develop their own ecosystem and wind currents maintain stable formations for millennia. Air elemental civilizations exist as organized wind patterns, their cities consisting of maintained pressure differentials that create sustainable environments within the endless sky. These aerial societies develop technologies based on gas dynamics and pressure manipulation, creating tools and structures from organized atmospheric movements. Their transportation networks consist of wind currents that connect distant regions through aerial highways where travelers move by riding guided pressure systems that operate with the reliability of material world roadways. The deepest regions of the airplane approach vacuum conditions, where air elementals of ultimate refinement exist as barely detectable presence, their thoughts so subtle that they influence reality through atmospheric effects too gentle to be directly perceived, yet too pervasive to be ignored. Their influence shapes weather patterns across multiple planes, demonstrating how elemental forces extend beyond their home realms to affect environments throughout the multiverse. The elemental plane of fire burns with flames that consume not fuel but existence itself, creating regions where combustion becomes self-sustaining and fire achieves independence from any external energy source. Fire elemental civilizations exist within organized conflagrations that maintain stable patterns, while burning with intensities that would instantly vaporize material from other planes. Their architecture consists of shaped flames that burn in specific configurations, creating structures from controlled combustion that provides both shelter and the radiant energy that fire elementals require for sustenance. The deepest regions of the fire plane burn with such intensity that flame itself undergoes transformation into forms of energy unknown in cooler environments. Here, fire elementals of ultimate power exist as pure combustion consciousness, their thoughts generating heat that influences temperature patterns across multiple planes, while their emotions manifest as stellar-scale fusion reactions that create new forms of matter through nuclear processes. Between these elemental extremes lie the para-elemental planes, where opposing forces create hybrid realities that demonstrate how fundamental principles can merge without losing their essential character. The plane of ice represents water and air united in crystalline structures that extend across distances measured in light years, creating frozen landscapes where ice elementals carve civilizations from crystalline formations that exist at temperatures approaching absolute zero. Ice elemental societies understand preservation as the highest art, maintaining libraries of frozen experience where memories and emotions are preserved in crystalline matrices that retain their essential character across eons of storage. Their cities grow according to crystal formation principles, with architecture that follows molecular structures scaled to planetary proportions, creating environments where geometric perfection provides both aesthetic beauty and functional efficiency. The plane of magma demonstrates how earth and fire combine to create environments where molten stone flows in patterns that maintain stable formation, while burning at temperatures that approach stellar cores. Magma elemental civilizations exist within organized lava flows that create persistent structures from materials that remain simultaneously solid and liquid, demonstrating how apparently contradictory states can coexist when sufficient energy is applied. Beyond the inner planes stretch the outer planes, where moral and philosophical principles achieve independent existence as environments that respond to ethical conviction rather than physical law. Mount Celestia rises through 7 ascending layers of goodness, so pure that each level represents a more refined understanding of what benevolence means when freed from all practical limitations. The first heaven, Lunia, shines with silver radiance that emanates from accumulated acts of kindness, performed across countless worlds by beings who chose compassion over convenience. The landscape itself responds to moral intention, with paths becoming easier for those motivated by altruistic goals, while growing treacherous for travelers harboring selfish purposes. Here, celestial beings maintain cities where architecture follows principles of emotional harmony, creating environments that amplify positive emotions while providing sanctuary for those seeking redemption from past mistakes. Mercuria, the second heaven, blazes with golden light that represents courage and sacrifice, transformed into environmental condition. Here, mountains rise not through geological processes but through accumulated brave actions of beings who chose heroism over safety. The metallic landscape rings with celestial music that emerges from the vibrational frequencies of righteous deeds, creating atmospheres where hope becomes audible and determination takes visible form. The third heaven, Venya, reflects pearlescent surfaces that show not physical images, but the moral potential that lies dormant within every conscious being. Celestial courts here judge not actions but intentions, helping souls understand how their deepest motivations shape their spiritual development. The landscape consists of reflecting pools where beings can observe their own moral growth, gaining insight into how their choices influence not only their immediate circumstances, but their fundamental character. Solania, the fourth heaven, consists of crystalline formations that sing with harmonics generated by perfect justice made audible. Here, celestial beings work to understand how fairness can be achieved across different cultural contexts, how equality can be maintained while respecting diversity, and how justice can serve mercy without compromising either principle. The crystal cities of Solania function as vast musical instruments, their architecture designed to generate harmonic resonances that promote clarity of moral reasoning. Mercian, the fifth heaven, exists as gardens where spiritual principles grow like living plants, creating forests of ethical understanding that provide nourishment for souls seeking wisdom about how goodness should be applied in practical situations. Celestial gardeners tend philosophical trees whose fruit provides insight into complex moral questions, while streams of liquid compassion flow through landscapes designed to teach advanced ethical principles through direct experience. Jovar, the sixth heaven, challenges visitors with tests that reveal whether their commitment to goodness remains strong when faced with situations where doing right requires personal sacrifice. The landscape shifts to present moral dilemmas that have no easy solutions, teaching souls how to maintain their principles when circumstances make goodness costly or difficult to identify. Cronias, the seventh heaven, transcends description because it exists as pure goodness given environmental form. Here, the very concept of evil becomes impossible to conceive, not through ignorance, but through understanding so complete that malevolence reveals itself as sophisticated form of confusion. Souls who reach this level discover that ultimate good and ultimate truth become indistinguishable, creating existence where every breath draws in compassion and every thought generates universal love. The nine hells present the mirror image of celestial perfection, descending through layers of evil so refined that corruption becomes an art form practiced with scientific precision. Avernus, the first hell, burns with flames fueled by accumulated hatred and cruelty, creating landscapes where suffering is calculated to achieve maximum educational effect on souls learning how evil operates when given unlimited power. This presents cityscapes of iron and shadow, where lawful evil demonstrates how order can become a weapon for inflicting suffering more efficiently than chaos ever could. The iron cities of dysfunction as vast machinery designed to process souls through experiences that teach them how authority can be corrupted, how systems can be manipulated, and how evil can disguise itself as righteousness when convenient. The deeper hells each represent different interpretations of how malevolence can manifest when freed from external restraint. Monoros drowns in swamps of greed where every surface exists to demonstrate how desire for accumulation can corrupt all other values. Phlegethos burns with passionate intensity that shows how love can be twisted into possessiveness, how creativity can serve destruction, and how beauty can become a mask for cruelty. The chaotic planes demonstrate how freedom and randomness create realities that change according to no predictable pattern, yet somehow support civilizations that thrive on unpredictability. Limbo churns with raw chaos where visitors discover that their own beliefs become temporary laws of physics, creating microclimates of personalized reality that exist as long as conviction maintains them. The abyss extends through infinite layers, each one representing a different nightmare given independent existence, demonstrating how evil combined with chaos creates realities where suffering becomes the only constant and hope becomes the rarest commodity. Yet even in these realms of ultimate horror, consciousness persists, adapted to conditions that would destroy beings from more benevolent planes. Through Sigil's portal network flows the endless traffic of beings from all these infinite realms, each one carrying within their existence proof that consciousness can adapt to any environment, find meaning in any circumstance, and create community under any conditions. The Great Wheel demonstrates that reality extends far beyond any single understanding, while remaining unified through the cosmic principles that govern how consciousness relates to existence itself. As the eternal twilight deep eons over the city of doors, the portals pulse with the rhythm of infinite realities breathing in harmony, their combined existence creating a symphony of possibility that encompasses every conceivable variation on the theme of what it means to be aware, to choose, and to exist within something vast enough to contain all contradictions, while remaining coherent enough to support the endless journey of consciousness, exploring its own infinite potential. Chapter 12. The Center that Holds. Balance is not the absence of force, but the perfect equilibrium of infinite pressures. Not the lack of conviction, but the wisdom to recognize that every truth contains its own contradiction, and not the failure to choose sides, but the understanding that in a reality of infinite complexity, the center becomes the only position from which all possibilities can be seen clearly, without distortion from partisan perspective. In Sigil, where every extreme of existence converges upon a single point of impossible stability, the principle of neutrality faces its ultimate test, not the simple neutrality of indifference or ignorance, but the profound neutrality that emerges when infinite wisdom encounters infinite responsibility, and discovers that the greatest power lies not in the ability to choose any side, but in the strength to remain at the center, while all sides pull with the force of cosmic conviction. The Lady of Pain's eternal vigil over the City of Doors represents more than rulership or guardianship. It embodies the living proof that balance can be maintained even when the forces seeking to destroy that balance operate with the power of fundamental cosmic principles. Her silence speaks louder than any proclamation could, demonstrating that true authority derives not from the ability to impose will, but from the capacity to create space where all wills can express themselves without any single will achieving dominance over the others. To understand why Sigil must remain neutral is to confront the mathematical certainty that in a multiverse of infinite diversity, any victory by any faction would represent not triumph but catastrophe, the reduction of infinite possibility to single perspective, the transformation of cosmic symphony into monotone drone. The city's neutrality serves not political convenience, but existential necessity, for should any philosophy, no matter how noble or wise, achieve dominance over the nexus where all realities meet, the result would be the effective end of diversity itself. Consider what would occur if the forces of absolute good were to claim Sigil as their own. The city would become a shining beacon of perfect righteousness, its streets paved with crystallized compassion, its buildings constructed from solidified mercy, its atmosphere charged with the radiance of universal love. Yet in achieving this perfection, Sigil would lose its essential function as a meeting place for all beings, for evil entities would find the environment literally poisonous to their existence. Chaotic beings would suffer under the weight of imposed harmony, and even neutral entities would discover that their carefully maintained balance had been disrupted by proximity to such concentrated goodness. The portal network would cease to function as originally designed, for doorways to evil planes would find no stable anchor points in a reality dedicated to the eradication of all that opposes goodness. The Great Bazaar would collapse as merchants from dark realms fled or perished, taking with them not only economic diversity, but the philosophical tension that drives innovation and growth. The city would become a monument to single vision, rather than a living nexus of infinite possibility. Similarly, should the forces of perfect law achieve control over Sigil, the result would be order so complete that spontaneity would become impossible. Creativity would be reduced to variations on predetermined themes, and the very unpredictability that allows for genuine discovery would be eliminated in favor of systematic efficiency. The city's streets would follow mathematical precision in their layout. Every building would conform to optimal architectural standards, and every interaction would proceed according to protocols designed to minimize conflict and maximize productivity. Yet in this perfectly ordered paradise, the city would lose the creative chaos that makes it more than merely functional. The cant would be replaced by standardized communication protocols. The cultural fusion that creates new art forms would be eliminated in favor of systematic aesthetic principles, and the delightful surprises that emerge when incompatible realities intersect would be prevented through careful regulation of interdimensional contact. The opposite extreme, should pure chaos claim sigil, would produce results equally destructive to the city's essential character. Reality would become so fluid that no permanent structures could exist, no reliable communication would be possible, and no stable relationships could develop between beings whose very existence would shift randomly according to the whims of uncontrolled change. The portal network would become unreliable as destination keys changed their requirements moment by moment, while the marketplace would dissolve into random exchanges where value fluctuated too rapidly for meaningful commerce to occur. Even more subtle forms of factional dominance would prove equally destructive to Sigil's function. Should any single philosophy achieve sufficient influence to shape the city's character without completely controlling it, the result would be bias so pervasive that beings aligned with opposing viewpoints would gradually find the environment less hospitable to their presence. This subtle pressure would lead to voluntary exodus by those whose convictions conflict with the dominant ideology, creating a feedback loop where increasing homogeneity makes diversity increasingly difficult to maintain. The Lady of Pain's enforcement of neutrality thus serves not arbitrary preference but cosmic mathematics, the recognition that in a system where infinite forces seek to impose their vision upon reality, balance can be maintained only through the application of power so absolute that no competing force can achieve the leverage necessary to tip the scales. Her authority operates as a cosmic constant, like the speed of light or the force of gravity, providing the fundamental stability that allows all other forces to operate without destroying the framework that contains them. Yet neutrality as practiced in Sigil transcends simple prevention of factional dominance. The city embodies active neutrality, the deliberate cultivation of conditions that allow maximum diversity to flourish, rather than merely preventing any single diversity from being suppressed. This requires not passive maintenance of status quo, but dynamic adjustment to changing circumstances, ensuring that new forms of existence find welcome, while established communities maintain their essential character. The Dabis serve as instruments of this active neutrality, their constant maintenance ensuring that the city's infrastructure adapts to accommodate new realities without losing its capacity to serve existing ones. When beings from previously unknown planes arrive through newly opened portals, the city itself reshapes to provide appropriate environments while maintaining the stability that existing inhabitants require. This adaptive capacity demonstrates neutrality as creative principle rather than restrictive limitation. The Great Bazaar exemplifies how active neutrality generates prosperity that would be impossible under any factional system. By refusing to privilege any particular form of commerce over another, the market creates conditions where innovations in trade can emerge from the intersection of incompatible economic systems. Merchants develop new forms of currency that allow beings with incommensurable values to engage in meaningful exchange, while entrepreneurs discover business opportunities that exist only in the spaces between different reality frameworks. The city's educational institutions demonstrate how neutral ground allows forms of learning that would be impossible in environments dominated by particular ideologies. Students from lawful planes can study chaos theory from beings who embody chaotic principles, while chaotic entities can explore the beauty of mathematical order without being forced to abandon their essential nature. This cross-cultural education produces insights that no single perspective learning environment could generate. Religious diversity in Sigil creates theological innovations that emerge from the dialogue between incompatible belief systems. Priests discover that their understanding of divinity deepens when challenged by alternative interpretations, while philosophers develop more sophisticated arguments when forced to defend their positions against intelligent opposition. The city becomes a laboratory for religious thought, where faith is strengthened rather than weakened by encounter with difference. The portal network itself represents the ultimate expression of neutral service, providing equal access to all destinations regardless of the moral character of the travelers or the ideological implications of their journeys. Evil beings can reach realms of good if they possess appropriate keys, while good entities can visit evil planes if their purposes require such travel. This equality of access ensures that knowledge and communication flow freely throughout the multiverse, rather than being restricted by factional loyalties. Yet maintaining this neutrality requires vigilance against the subtle forms of bias that can emerge even from well-intentioned efforts to help specific groups. The city must provide equal accommodation for beings whose fundamental nature makes them incompatible with each other, while avoiding the temptation to resolve such conflicts by favoring the group that appears more reasonable or sympathetic. True neutrality demands that justice be applied without regard for the personal appeal of those seeking it. The economic implications of Sigil's neutrality extend beyond simple market freedom to encompass the creation of entirely new forms of value that exist only in neutral space. The city's unique position allows for the development of abstract commodities, impossible services, and theoretical goods that could not be traded in environments dominated by particular worldviews. This economic innovation generates wealth not just for individual merchants, but for the multiverse as a whole, creating resources that benefit all realities rather than privileging any single plane. Cultural development in Sigil demonstrates how neutrality fosters creativity by providing space where different artistic traditions can interact without being forced to merge or compete. Musicians from chaotic planes collaborate with composers from lawful realms, creating musical forms that incorporate both spontaneity and structure in ways that neither tradition could achieve independently. Visual artists discover new aesthetic possibilities when exposed to beauty standards that challenge their fundamental assumptions about what art should accomplish. The city's approach to conflict resolution exemplifies how neutral authority can address disputes without imposing particular moral frameworks upon the disputants, rather than determining which party is right according to external standards. Sigil's justice system focuses on maintaining the conditions that allow all parties to pursue their goals without interfering with others' similar pursuits. This approach requires sophisticated understanding of how different ethical systems can coexist without compromising their essential principles. Language development in Sigil illustrates how neutrality enables communication innovations that serve universal rather than factional interests. The cant evolves to accommodate new concepts introduced by beings from previously unknown realities, while maintaining its capacity to facilitate understanding between entities whose thought processes follow incompatible logical patterns. This linguistic flexibility demonstrates how neutral space can generate tools that benefit all participants rather than privileging particular communicative styles. The temporal dimension of Sigil's neutrality reveals how balance must be maintained not only across space but across time, ensuring that the city's essential character persists despite the constant changes that affect all other aspects of existence. The Lady of Pain's eternal vigil represents commitment to principles that transcend historical circumstance, providing stability that allows for growth and change, while preventing drift toward factional dominance. As we conclude this examination of the impossible city that serves as nexus for infinite realities, we must recognize that Sigil's greatest achievement lies not in what it accomplishes, but in what it prevents. The reduction of infinite possibility to finite ideology, the collapse of cosmic diversity into parochial limitation, the triumph of any single vision over the magnificent complexity that emerges when all visions are allowed to coexist in creative tension. The Lady of Pain's crown of blades symbolizes not cruelty, but the sharp precision required to cut through the accumulated delusions that convince beings their particular truth represents universal reality. Her silence speaks the deepest wisdom, that some principles are too fundamental to require justification, too essential to permit debate, too necessary to allow compromise. In Sigil, the center holds not through strength that overcomes opposing forces, but through wisdom that recognizes the necessity of those forces for maintaining the dynamic equilibrium that allows consciousness to explore every possible relationship between awareness and existence. Here, in the City of Doors, neutrality revealed the self not as lack of conviction, but as the highest form of conviction. The absolute commitment to ensuring that all forms of consciousness find the space they need to discover what they might become when given infinite freedom to explore the endless possibilities that lie dormant within the simple fact of being aware. The eternal twilight that bathes Sigil in its impossible light serves as perpetual reminder that some truths exist in the spaces between extremes, that some wisdom emerges only from the marriage of opposites, and that the greatest power in the multiverse belongs not to those who seek to impose their vision upon reality, but to those who create the conditions within which all visions can flourish, compete, evolve, and contribute their unique voice to the cosmic symphony that plays wherever consciousness encounters existence, and discovers that the encounter generates meaning too vast for any single perspective to contain. In the end, Sigil stands as proof that diversity and unity are not contradictory goals, but complementary aspects of the same cosmic principle, that true unity emerges not from the elimination of difference, but from the creation of frameworks stable enough to contain infinite difference without being destroyed by it. Here, at the center of everything, the Lady of Pain maintains her eternal vigil, ensuring that the center continues to hold, while all around it the magnificent chaos of infinite consciousness continues its eternal dance of discovery, creation, and transformation that defines what it means to exist within something vast enough to contain all possibilities, while remaining coherent enough to make each possibility meaningful.